That should connect here, and then we'll get the TikTok going. All right, we're live on both YouTube streams, and we're live on the TikTok stream. So, hey, we're ready to rock and roll.
Let me see if I can join the TikTok. The
Yeah,
Tiki-Tac.
me too. As per usual, friends, Ian's on the way. Ian's on the way. Not here yet. Ian will be with us.
You know, it's a standard operating procedure.
Yeah, we know what to expect. All right, let me get the guest box open. Deconstruction zone accepted. Dr. Blitz denied.
Rest in peace.
There we go.
Excellent.
I got you muted already, so we're good to go. Hey, welcome in,
Oh,
friends. It's in the morning.
I'm currently floating. I should probably adjust myself so that I'm not.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I
There we go.
gotta be honest, I kind of like floating Blitz. It's pretty dope.
If
Like
I
that-
had like smoke underneath me, then I could get behind that. So it just looks like
Yeah.
I'm a genie. But when it's just a hard cutoff, I don't know.
Smoking floating Blitz is something I'd love to see a floating smoke Blitz to cook people on a Sunday morning. We can make that happen.
You know, I sent I actually tagged you in the I tagged Ian in the Discord group chat. I saw an ad, and of course it's an ad on TikTok, but I saw an ad for a shirt that said, what did it say? It had the Morton Salt Girl on it, so it's already a win. And then it said, "Stay salty, stay salty, fuck ice."
I clicked on it, but I got the 404 error.
Oh, okay. Bummer.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's like I mean, like, you know, it could be understood that like, oh, we just don't like winter ice, you know. But you know, because salt is good for winter ice.
While we're at it, you might want to turn your microphone up a little bit because it's pinch quiet.
It's strange.
That's better.
That's as loud as it goes.
I'll turn just a pinch. It could be me.
Yeah, my mic it's often very finicky, right? Because like I keep it on the loudest setting at all times, and then sometimes it'll just be quiet, and I'll have to give myself some gain on like my own OBS. Sometimes it won't be.
That's a problem I had with one of my previous mics. I got rid of it because it was all time. It had like the self-adjust feature, but it was self-adjusting when it really didn't need to be, and it was just fucking everything up.
So in principle, mine shouldn't be doing any sort of self-adjusting. But who knows?
Oops. Oops.
It's supposed to be like a very dumb. It's a very dumb microphone. I think it's just like it looks fancy, but I think it's just basically 99% plastic with just like a little thing.
All right.
Little
It does work. It does work. Someone's saying mic is off. My mic, I think my video is delayed. I'm doing something different with my video feed this week. My mic might be a little bit off. When you say off, do you mean like the video and the audio doesn't match, or are you saying it sounds funny? They're saying Blitz's audio is really bad. Really?
Oh. Yeah, somebody said that my audio sounds like robot.
Your audio, but not mine?
Let me see.
That's odd.
Testing. Yeah, I do kind of sound bad. Like it's not like horrible, but it's not great.
That's weird. Well, I've seen this before. Typically, the fix is just to delete the input source from TikTok. It's not on. Oh, they're saying it's on YouTube, and also YouTube says it's normal now. Okay, people are divided.
Apparently, I sound better now.
The Blitz is fine. I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know if we're better or not. I'm giggling. That is true. I am giggling.
You sound like you're in a tin can, apparently.
I do?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it good for some people and not good for others? That's weird.
Honestly, no one knows.
Yeah, that's really strange, actually. I don't know why that would be the case.
So you sound fine on my phone on TikTok.
Test. It sounds fine on my phone on TikTok. Hold on, let me hear you talk.
Testing 1 2 3 testing.
Yeah, you sound fine on mine. Y'all, if
What
we
is?
if we sound messed up, it's gotta be on TikTok then. It sounds great on my phone. I have no idea.
It's so weird.
You're saying it's going in and out? Interesting. Okay, they're saying
Well,
sometimes
so the connection is an orange up arrow rather than a green up arrow, so it could be a connection issue too.
oh, you think maybe the connection's just not solid.
Yeah, it's possible.
Interesting. Deconstructing sounds like he's underwater. It's weird because it didn't sound like that on my phone. My phone sounded fine. And Blitz is echoing. How is it doing it for you but not for us?
Well, okay, so the echoing was happening because I had my microphone on and my audio on from my phone. So they
Oh,
were just hearing it twice. That's a non-issue, right? But it does sound a little robot-y.
well, Poopman Jones says it still sounds like crap right now on TikTok, but I don't know
Well,
how
Poopman
or
Jones
why.
would say that.
Someone like Poopman Jones probably would say that. Well, give me 1 second. Let me delete the sound input and re-add it. Usually that fixes it. TikTok's just kind of shitty with audio.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I do definitely sound like crap on YouTube.
Okay, I re-added the audio source on TikTok. Let me know if it's better.
Well, but this was a YouTube issue.
Oh, you're saying on YouTube it sounds weird.
Yeah, I sound like crap on. I sound like I have the phaser effect added to my voice,
Weird.
which is cool, by the way, but
I
it's
mean,
not great.
phasers though.
Yeah.
Phasers are pretty dope. Someone said nope. I don't know what you mean by nope.
Okay, apparently now it's better.
Justin's audio is good on YouTube, but Blitz is bad on both. How? Kimberly says both sound good on TikTok. It's funny because it seems to be sounding fine for some people and not fine for others, which is really weird. I don't know why it would do that.
Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to refresh Video Ninja and hop back in, and maybe
Oh
it'll
yeah,
like my new. Maybe it'll start things over or something. So I'll be back.
maybe. Yep. Maybe it's Video Ninja. Maybe Video Ninja's just fucking up today. It's possible. It certainly is possible. Also, I've got a slightly different setup going. All right, let me.
I'm back. How's my audio?
I think your audio sounds good.
Well, we'll
Does
wait.
it,
Let's wait to see what
Dr.
people
Blitz sound
see.
better or worse now?
Nathan says same.
Let me try something real quick.
Quanta has requested around the world. The audio is bad. The audio is bad. Audio is bad. Talk Blitz. No different. Still robotic. Lamau still a robot. For once, I disagree vehemently with Justin. Same, I guess. Do it more robotic. Apparently, Quanta says fixed. Okay, well, oh, it's fixed. Yeah, what was the problem? Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, Justin, nobody can hear you.
There you go. Now you can hear me. So I logged into Video Ninja on a second browser tab, and I made the main director camera source the virtual camera so that the guest, when they log in to Video Ninja, the guest can see the main screen rather than my face. when they're
Okay.
debating us. But I need to do that using 2 different browsers. I have to use one browser. I use Safari for one and Opera for the other because it's doubling up the audio. But only Opera is inside of my soundboard, so I could use for the director. I could use Safari. Be fine.
Fascinating.
Now we know.
Now we know.
Man, but that's what I'll do next week, though. I'll work that out next week with 2 different browser tabs. So my goal is to get it so that when you log in Video Ninja, they can always see the entire screen, so we can show them
Right.
the verses and the web pages and things like we do on TikTok. I didn't realize if I did 2 sessions in the same browser, it's going to double up the audio. Makes sense.
It kind of makes sense, though.
Yeah. All right, friends. Sorry about that. That's on me. We should be ready to rock and roll. I've got a couple of super chats, and we might have a guest. There's somebody that's trying to join on Video Ninja right now. It looks like it's only halfway loaded. You might have to refresh your browser to get it fully loaded. Hey, Seapart, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $5 super thanks and helping Mega deconstruct. Good to see you also. Thank you for the super chat. Says, let's get Sunday barbecue started. We are ready to rock and roll. Rock hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, I Love Lamp, and Ian, stop giving your callers CTE. It isn't nice. To be fair, most of the CTE candidates that we get in these live streams, I think they come in already with it. I don't know if we're the ones giving it to them. And Deuce Marine, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, is it fair to say Paul was a grifter, similar to Lee Strobel and J. Warner Wallace, who weren't very good at their old jobs, then used Christianity as a tool for fame and fortune? So I don't think so. I understand why somebody would come to that conclusion, but I don't think so. And here's why. Paul was a tent maker. If you go to the book of Acts, you can see him talking about his profession. In fact, that's one of the reasons why he bonded with...
I thought he was a tax collector.
No, that was Matthew.
Wait a minute.
Matthew
Really?
/ Levi was a tax collector.
Okay.
So
shows them what I know.
It's okay. It's okay. So anyways, in Acts 18-ish, he meets up with some other tent makers. One of them was Aquila and Priscilla, although I think in Greek it's just Prisca. And you can see that they have this shared bond because all 3 of them are tent makers. And Paul goes on to those other letters. They say, hey, listen, I could have asked you for money. It's within my right to do. But I didn't ask you for money so that I wouldn't be a burden to you. So it seems like from Paul's letters, he's trying to support himself. So I don't think he was a grifter. I do think he was a madman, though. I think Paul was a violent sociopath of some nature. He's a little bit out of his mind, and
I'm confused, right? Isn't the story always that like Paul was like he like persecuted Christians and then he saw the light or whatever? How does a tent maker persecute Christians? I'm not going to make a tent for you. Like what?
Yeah, it's hopelessly confusing. If you go to Acts 22, he says that he was given papers by the Sanhedrin to go and round up these Christians. So you could be a Pharisee and that wasn't like your specific job. It was like an activity that you engaged in.
So he was just persecuting like as a hobby.
Yeah, basically, yeah. He was a hobby persecutor.
Okay, that makes sense.
Um,
He was just in it for the love of the game.
Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, he seemed to be a tent maker. He was educated, but I think he was a hothead. I think he was a bit of a maniac, and it seems to me that he probably was having a lot of grief over what he was doing. I think he was in a hyper emotional state. Then he fell off his horse, bumped his head, had a near-death experience, and then spent the rest of his life trying to figure out what to do with himself. Because I think the near-death experience, he was so grieved over what he was doing to the Christians that his near-death experience manifested in a Jesus near-death experience. And then he's like, oh shit, I was wrong. But how could I be wrong? And then he wrote all these letters trying to, explain away Judaism in light of Christian doctrines, or what would become Christian doctrines. So yeah, I just think he was a maniac that had a near-death experience. Nightman cometh. Hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, Justin, apologies for pinging you in the Justin's live chat on Discord this morning. I didn't know you did. Like, okay, guys, I on the Discord, I don't have notifications turned on, and the reasons why I don't have notifications turned on is because my phone would do nothing but ping. Like, it would just be constantly be going off. So if you're like pinging me in the Discord or something like that, I mean, no worries. It's not gonna not gonna wake me up. It's not gonna distract me from live. Most of my devices are always on silent because I'm live streaming so much I can't have them going off. So certainly, Nightman, not a problem at all. But it says asking whether Unapologetic was happening this morning. I had a brain fart and forgot to just check YouTube. No worries, buddy. It's not a problem at all. Also, I do have a calendar on my Linktree. I'll start adding these to my calendar on Linktree so that people have some forewarning. And Poop Man, hey, thanks for the super chat. It says I take offense that I would probably give misinformation. I come from a long line of honest poopmen. we weren't saying that you were giving misinformation. Maybe you're just being a little playful. Oh, hey Volta, how you doing, buddy? Are you upset that I took your snow off the shelf? You can't tear my background setup today? Is that what's going on?
Because it's no longer snow season.
Yeah, I think the snow. Once you get past Valentine's Day, you can kind of leave the snow stuff behind, right? Is that about right? I could be wrong. Easter's coming up next, right?
Hell if I know.
I feel like we need to do an Easter special.
Okay.
I'll work on that. Oklahoma, okay. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, why do Judas and Pilate get such a bad rap? It had to happen, right? God slew Jesus before the world was even formed. It was so one way or another. Yeah, according to Revelation and Ephesians, yeah, Jesus was slain and the elect were chosen before the foundation of the world. And this means that it was a plan. That's why Jesus says in the Gospel of John that he knows the one in whom he is chosen to do it. And he says it has to happen in order to fulfill the scriptures. So yes, the crucifixion was predestined. Now, there's a defense of Judas. If you read the Gospel of Judas, it's actually written kind of as a defense for Judas, being that he had to do it.
Isn't the Gospel of Judas like fake?
Yeah, it certainly is.
I mean, they're all kind of fake, but like the Gospel of Judas is like extra fake.
Yeah. It's certainly an apocryphal work. But that's the shtick behind the Gospel of Judas is like, hey, kind of doing my job, y'all. Which, to be fair, he was. Without Judas, I mean, Jesus wouldn't have been betrayed. Now, to be fair, if we're being really critical with the Christian story, Jesus didn't have to be betrayed. He could have just turned himself in. Like, he could have just gave himself up to crucifixion. Like, no one has to betray anybody. There's no Bible. There's no prediction for it in the Hebrew Bible. It doesn't say that the Messiah is going to be betrayed anywhere. So it's like the betrayal didn't have to happen.
So it is Judas's fault.
I mean, it would seem so. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, it's a fair point. Judas was doing what Judas had to do according to the story, at least. And Tim, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend, says no one talks about Jesus as a carpenter. Glad that Messiah thing worked out. Worked out because the shelves he built for me suck. Yeah, I always wondered, like I'm sure if there was a real life Jesus, and if he actually was a carpenter, there's like a whole arc of his life where he was like building stuff for people.
He was just like a regular dude.
Yeah, he was just a regular dude, like building
like a whole like more than a decade of just like building chairs and tables and shelves.
Where are the freaking Yelp reviews for his business? I want to see. That makes sense. Anyways, I think
well, everybody, make sure that you're liking the live on YouTube or on TikTok. The more people that we get involved in here, the more people that we get seeing like eyes on this live stream, the more people will come up and want to have a conversation with us. We don't want to scare away everybody, so make sure to like the live. Make sure to share it with friends that you think might be able to have an interesting conversation here.
Yeah, for sure.
And we'll get on to the first debate, I guess, if we can find one.
I think Yusuf Muhammad is ready on TikTok. If you're ready.
I'm ready when you are. Oh,
they dropped.
Andy's gone.
Well, we'll try Tanner. Oh, Tanner dropped. Well, guess not. Guess we won't try that. Hey, Dr. Woods, did you? I don't know if you toyed around with the Social Stream Ninja too much, but I did find a way to integrate the Discord chat into Social Stream Ninja, so now I can see what's happening in my Discord live chat while I'm without opening a separate window.
That's kind of nice.
And I did test out. There's a feature where you can, within Social Stream Ninja, when you open up the window, you can chat back to the chat. Now, it doesn't work on if you're trying to do it to the YouTube chat, but it does work on the Discord chat. So if I send a message right now and hit go, it'll send it to my Discord chat.
Oh.
All from one window. It's pretty dope.
That is neat. I've tried it on YouTube, but I can't seem to get it to sync up.
Well, to get it to work on YouTube, it wants to open up a separate browser window, and then you have to log in on that new uncached browser session. But the software is broken. It never lets you actually log in.
I see.
That's why it doesn't work. But we do have one guest, Zach, who I think is ready to go. How you doing, Zach?
All right. I just wanted to say, couldn't the Judas argument be used against all the anti-Semitics that hate Jews because they killed Jesus?
I mean, theoretically, but I mean that's a whole different can of worms, you know. With the anti-Semites, there seems to be a lot of them. But Zach, are you a believer?
No. I just wanted to say about that.
Okay.
That's all.
Thanks for being here, friend.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Cheers. All right, I guess we'll get Mills up in here next.
Mills in?
Hi everyone.
First
of all, I'm really glad to be here. I'm a big fan of your live streams, so it's quite a big thing.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Mills, are you a believer?
Yes, I am a believer in God, though not the one connected to any specific religion, I would say.
That's okay. Can you?
I believe it's called theism or Gnosticism. I can't really recall which one of these.
Well, we might be able to tell you. Yeah, give us maybe a couple characteristics that you believe about your God, and maybe we'll help you categorize it.
Okay, so I don't really believe that God is a separate entity from the universe, but rather the universe itself, and sort of a being that permeates the wholeness of reality and is within.
That's neither deism nor Gnosticism. That would be something like pantheism. And pantheism is nearly compatible with atheism. So, as a relevant question to see if there's actually like a disagreement of substance here, do you think that there was a being that predates, or that is, you know, ontologically prior to the universe, that is responsible for creating the universe or grounding the universe, or, you know, providing reason for the universe? Do you think that such a thing exists?
In a way, I believe that it is sort of separate from the timeline of our own universe, and it doesn't really predate the universe in the sense that we feel it, because we exist in the timeline in which the universe is, be it either the 14.8, if I recall correctly, billion years for the time scale of which we think the universe is present, or a really eternal cycle, if there is any cycle. There's just no science for us to prove it at this very point. I kind of believe that this permeating entity of God, which I believe in, is sort of separate from the time as we scientifically understand it, and thus was sort of a beginning and a force that made the reality come to life. I'm sorry if I'm taking a long time to speak, but English is not my first language, so
It's fine.
I'm just recalling some vocabulary.
So maybe we could just pivot a little bit, and then we could just ask, why do you think such a being exists?
As I recall your earlier live streams, there was one person that you have pointed out really nicely that you have, in what he said, you have separated the word believe from hope that God exists. And I would add something on top of it. I not only kind of hope that it is this way, but I also feel it. It's not really as if I can give you any scientific examples or any empirical data for it, but rather I feel the interconnectedness of the reality around us and the interconnectedness of people, and I can sort of the best explanation for me for some phenomena, like for example empathy and feeling another person's feelings, feeling another person's emotions, is for me the basis for the feeling that the interconnectedness between us all sort of is godly and is
Okay, so
yeah.
but it looks like you're just telling us that there's not really like a reason why you think that this thing exists. It just feels good to believe it, or like it feels right.
I kind of feel like
Which,
the
if that's the
reason,
position, then like
yeah.
more power to you, but it's just not compelling to anyone else.
Fair, but also I kind of feel like if there is a reason, and yeah, if there is a reason, I do not think that we as humans are really able to comprehend the reason, because we are so inferior in complexity to a being that is so grand. If of course it is a separate being, which I don't really think it is, but in this like permeation and being everything around us, the concept of God is so much more complex than what our human brains can understand with their physical limitation, that I don't really think that it is possible for us to comprehend any sort of reasoning for why God created the universe, or why we have been brought to life, or why the life has been brought up in itself. Maybe it is just an experiment. Maybe it's just a way for God to have fun, and maybe to inhabit the universe. I kind of feel like the God may be inhabiting the universe through us, and through us all, through every living being
Milzen,
all around the universe.
Milzen, if you're trying to offer us a reason as to why why it would be reasonable for us to share the belief that you have, then you're not doing a particularly good job. And I don't say that to be mean or anything. This is just to say, like, you're giving us a lot of platitudes with nothing of substance as to why we should think this thing exists. And like, that's fine if you don't have any, if it's just based off of vibes and stuff, but then there's just not a lot to talk about.
Right, that's fair. I haven't I haven't really prepared myself that much. To be honest, I didn't think that it actually would be possible for me to be present here with you today. I believe I would do a better job if I if I knew that I should prepare myself for today. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some kind of compelling evidence for you to kind of feel what I feel. Maybe I have one question for you, perhaps, maybe.
Can I ask you a question, Wilson?
Yeah, of course.
It seems like this concept is kind of based on the feels, right? So would I be valid to say, for example, that I mostly experience like negative emotions. I don't actually. Everyone who knows me knows I'm pretty happy. But let's say for example that I did mostly experience negative emotions. Would I be correct in saying because I have these negative emotions that God doesn't exist?
I don't really believe that negative emotions are not part of God. This is what I disagree with
Right, but I guess what I'm trying to
within
figure
the
out is how do we
yeah.
get from my feels to my God? How do we make that link?
I don't really believe that the negative events and emotions are really separate from God, and God is sort of complete within being everything, and also the
Okay.
bad stuff, and also the Holocaust. Or
Misinterpretations. Thanks for letting me know my mic was quiet. I accidentally turned it down. My bad. But what I'm saying, Milzen, is your argument seems to be I feel a particular way, therefore God. I guess I don't see the link. How do you get from these are the vibes, these are the feelings to somehow a God?
that is a good question for for people so opposed to the existence of God, like at at all, like at all. How would you describe the concept of God for yourself? Like, as what do you believe the God would be if the God would exist? If there was any proof within in the future,
Well,
any kind of
personally,
experimental proof, what do you believe it
I
might
think
be?
if God existed, it would be independent of the universe. It wouldn't be identical to the universe. I think when we talk about God, we typically are talking about something that has like creative power, meaning the power to like create the universe, not just be a part of it. So, pantheism to me is a concept that I would be reluctant to even call it a God concept, even though a lot of people believe in it. Once you
Right.
get to the point where like you can't distinguish between like the coffee in my hand and God, seems like God is kind of a meaningless concept at that point.
So there was actually another concept I'm not that sure vibes with me that much, but then again, the concept of God itself is complex enough for me to absolutely be able to say, well, yeah, I was wrong before. And the other concept would be that might be much more compelling to you. Civilizations that are higher on the Kardashev scale than humanity, and thus having that much power and maybe
But
thus
that's not a
creationist
god.
traits that
It's not a god. They're just aliens.
well, they are just aliens, but sort of with godly powers from human perspective, are they not?
No,
That doesn't
don't
make
think
them
so.
god.
I mean, it's a cool
Like,
thought, you know. I think it's crossed a lot of people's minds before, but I don't think we would classify that as a God. But listen, Milton, you're really kind, but I don't know if you have an actual argument for your God. It sounds like you're more or less explaining what you believe God is, rather than giving us a reason why your God is, like why we should believe in it. So I think we need to move on to the next guest. But thanks for coming up and being polite.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. I'll try to prepare better for the next time if it
It's
happens.
okay,
Thank you for
not a
having me.
problem.
Yeah.
sounds good.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I could be wrong, but I thought I talked to Milzen once before on my channel. I can't recall. I do think typically the pantheists are more pleasant than the theistic callers, at
Oh,
least.
overwhelmingly more pleasant. The question
Yeah.
is just like, can they actually make an argument?
Right, right. How you doing, Jay?
President Trump's
Good. How are you?
when he ran versus what
Good.
Trump
Hey, can you turn off
Background.
Can you hear me?
overwhelmingly.
I can hear
You have
your
some sound going on in
radio
the
or your
background.
TV.
Oh my!
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Jay, do you believe in a god?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Cool.
Okay,
Definitely.
and which one would that be?
That's Jesus Christ. I believe.
Okay.
I believe. Yeah, I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in. First of all, I think before you can find God, you have to know who you are. Who
I'm
are
pretty
you?
sure I know who I am. So, what do you think
What-
is the a good reason to believe in your particular God?
All right,
Maybe
good reason.
a
It's-
piece of evidence or an argument?
Well, first of all, the way I know that there's a God is through my daily experience, my conscience. It's within me.
Well,
So,
my conscience says that there's no God.
And
So
which
that-
god is this, by the way?
Yeah, that can't be the right way to do it.
the God that I have is the Almighty God through Jesus Christ, our Lord, the Lord and Savior of the world.
Sure.
And He is actually within me. It's within you. It's within all of you.
I don't
And-
really
and-
know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
Really?
Either.
Sounds
First of all,
hot.
if I ask you a question like, who are you? Who really are you? I'm not saying your name. You're not your name.
I'm
You're not
I'm
your
a
job.
speck of dust on a spinning ball in the middle of the universe, or at least in some corner of the universe. That's pretty much it. That's
So-
irrelevant to whether or not God exists, though. We want to know if God exists, and if so, how can we know?
How could everything exist without a God?
Uh,
Where did everything come from?
we don't believe that it came from anywhere. Why would we believe that it had to be created versus always existed?
If it always existed, then that means it wasn't created. And that
Yeah,
means
That's exactly what it
nailed
means.
it.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, that means it wasn't created, but there's still a mystery
Yep.
of how did it come to become?
It didn't.
No, there
It
isn't.
didn't
That's the cool thing
become.
about that answer is there's no mystery.
It's a
If it
mystery.
always
Okay, let's
existed,
separate.
then the question is mistaken.
All right. Let me just give you an example. Right. Let's say you go into a house.
I don't think
You
examples
see,
are gonna help
you
you
see
at all.
everything in the house, right? You see the fridge, this and that. Do you just think that house came from nowhere?
No,
And it just
we actually
created
know.
itself?
We actually know how houses form. So what we're saying is, the same way that your supposed God existed forever and didn't come from anywhere, we would say the universe similarly didn't come from anywhere and always existed.
Always existed. Okay, that's all I
Where'd your
got,
God
bros.
come from?
The God is within me. It's through my experience, my daily
No, where'd it come
experience.
from?
It always existed.
There you go. Yeah, it always existed. So what I'm positing is that there's not a great reason to believe that the universe didn't just always exist.
Where did all these things come? I mean, there's
We've already explained it.
information.
It didn't come from anywhere. It always existed.
All right, okay, let's let it be. It's still nobody can tell me that there's. It
Well,
came
no
from
one
no-
can tell you where your
it-
God came from. All you're doing is you're taking the same problem that your God has and you're trying to apply it to the not God world. But you
All right.
you have the same problem we do.
All right,
The real question is
guys-
why is there something rather than nothing? But nobody has an
Exactly.
answer to that.
it's a mystery. You guys have a wonderful day, okay?
All right, you too, friend.
Thanks for being here, bud.
All right, take
Cheers.
care, bro.
Oh, that was something. Okay.
It was something, yeah.
Yeah, getting the intellectual heavyweights out of the way. You know, that's why I show up late. So all these rhetorical
Yeah, of course.
titans, you know, I leave Justin and Blitz to deal with all the rhetorical titans, all the philosophical heavyweights.
Ian just comes in for the mouth breathers.
Exactly.
All right, friends, let me
Ian's
grab
favorite thing.
a couple super chats and we'll get T-Dog in here next. Hey, Miko, thank you for sending out 1 and 2 unapologetic gifted memberships. We really appreciate that, friends. Memberships
Hey, that's huge.
really help the channel out quite a bit. And Simeon, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I feel like the terrible apologetic for Mark 9:1, where they say, what if one is still alive, would make a killer movie idea. The Wandering Sage, I vote Judas, makes a good character development. Yeah, I mean...
didn't they already make a movie about that? Isn't it called like Highlander or something? Was that a movie or a TV show? Wasn't there like a thing about like
the Highlander was a
like,
TV show, I thought.
Wait, I thought isn't that the one? I could be totally confused, but I thought that was the one where there was like the eternal people with swords, and they would like meet up and like fight each other.
Yeah, because there can only be one.
Yeah,
right?
the Highlander.
Yeah. So like, couldn't that be the one that's?
Is Judas the Highlander?
Could be. He did fall on
Maybe.
his sword, so he had a sword.
Well, that was Saul.
I
According
thought
to
that
the legend.
Judas fell on his sword.
Judas, it says, fell headlong and burst open, but didn't say how.
Oh,
There's one passage
So
says
he
he
just, like,
hanged
popped?
himself. Yeah, exactly. One says he hanged himself. One said he fell over headlong. There's another account in Josephus. Not Josephus. Shit, who was it? Maybe it was Josephus. I forget. There's another account of his death. I don't think it's in Josephus. My brain's fogging on that one. So there's actually three. He's got three possible death modes. Hey Gretchen, good to see you. Thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, don't forget to raid Mezzo on YouTube at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for the live premiere video of all his visual learning clips of 2025. Spoiler, it's mostly Dawn. That's not...
What?
That's what we're hoping for. So he did a compilation, apparently, of all of his drawings, all of his illustrations. That should be a lot of fun.
And it's mostly dongs.
Yeah, definitely mostly dongs. Thanks,
Makes
Gretch.
sense.
Alien, hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, as for one of your recent lives, when Christians say they used to be atheists, all they mean is that they used to engage in activities that God disavows and not that they actually didn't believe. Oh, forever rock hard for Doug. That's a fair point. When people say that they used to be atheists, they don't really mean that they were really atheists. It just means they just weren't actively participating
mad at
in
God.
a religion.
Okay,
Actually,
but you
they
weren't
were
really
upset.
atheist.
I wonder, like, those that accuse us of being mad at God, like, if we asked them the same thing before you were a Christian, were you mad at God? I'm curious what the over/under is on that. How many?
My guess
would
is like
say,
most of
was.
them, yeah. Yeah,
'Cause
that's got to be why they accuse us of it, right?
Yeah, it's got to be a projection, right?
I think so.
That's what I'm going for. All right, let's get our next guest in here, Matek from the TikTok queue. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/UA guest. You don't have to join using TikTok. Matek, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you very much. How about you?
I can't complain.
Doing okay.
Matek, are you at least
That's beautiful,
18
appreciate
and
that.
do you believe in God?
Yeah, 23 and yes, indeed.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
Ooh, all to be fair with you, to the fact of what God means to I.
Well, how about you
Okay.
tell us what God means to you?
Indeed, so God is all, essentially, basically that.
God is all?
Yes, indeed. So anything and everything that you ponder about. anything
Sure,
that
just
you
like all
wonder-
that exists. Wait, so
Yes.
okay. You could ponder about like fictional things, right? Like you could ponder about like unicorns. Do you think God is unicorns?
Yes, anything and
I
everything
think
of which
so.
you deem is correct. Essentially, basically, what God is all. Why? Everything and anything is interconnected, of which means there is a way. The way is God. Why? God is the way, because if you are of a realization that one is all is one.
Are you okay, bro?
Wow.
So
Yeah, I didn't
basically
catch any of
saying,
that.
okay, so let's go on the premise of what God is. Let's say it's all.
Well,
now, what's your next question?
That's what we're trying to figure out, right?
What we're trying to
yes,
figure
indeed.
out is where do you came up with the idea or how you came to the conclusion that God is all? What would be the evidence that would lead us to that conclusion?
Due to the fact of whenever we have a interconnectation. Let's do this. Why not? So every single entity of which you are of realization is connected to each other. Now, if we realize that one is done, then another must be. So if we do something, another will be, of which basically that means what God is.
This is like Jordan Peterson
Oh.
woo-woo nonsense.
So
the
a lot
question
of times
was,
what religious-
what's the
yes,
evidence
indeed. So
that
a
would
lot of
lead one
times-
to believe that God is everything? Or that
We have to
everything is
decipher
God?
this guy's riddles 3.
So
What
evidence
is your
not-
name? What is your quest?
So many times religious beings, or should I say religion, brings God as a being. In actuality, it is all. Why do I say this? Well, look upon what you do. Don't you realize that it has a consequence, of which that consequence is an action itself? And then it's just recursive like that.
So again, I'm still waiting for an answer to the question, which is what is the evidence that everything is God?
No, so essentially, basically, if you tread upon the pathways of life, when you wander upon your ponders, you get a deep realization of which what
Wonder
one is.
upon ponders?
Yes,
When you
indeed.
wonder
When
upon your ponders, you come to
So
the
essentially,
deep
what I mean by
realization.
wander
When you
upon your
wish upon a
ponders, if you
star.
action upon your idea, if you action upon your
That is
thoughts,
wild.
that's what prayer. I hope you understood what wander upon your ponder is. by
No one
that.
understood a
No, I have no
word that
idea.
left your mouth. You're
Can
literally
you
at
imagine
this
going to
point
like a family reunion with this
Basically,
guy?
essentially, if you're
crazy.
hearage,
Hey,
listen,
pass
you
me
know,
the
like a
turkey.
so if you're of hearage and listenage and you're of non-understanding, realize the future I in you will be of understanding. Just indulge, just absorb, just be of hearage and listenage.
Wait,
So
okay,
just
does
to go-
God exist?
still-
Does
I
God,
still
does
have
God
no idea what's
entirely
happening.
exist?
Guest doesn't know either.
all, that's the answer. Now, let's say it's
That's not an
indeed
answer. I
all.
asked you a yes or no question. Does God entirely exist? Do all parts of God exist?
You know, the implicator does not stand with yes or no or 1 and 0. There is in between, and the answer was in the between. However,
The
you're choosing
answer
to
is either yes or no.
Yeah, either
Indeed.
all of God exists or not all of God exists. There is no third option. It's one or the
No.
other. This is the law of excluded middle. It's a law of logic.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now, tell me this: are you the being the
Yes.
person you're
That's
supposed to be?
the response expected.
But I feel with you, you answered your own question, so the answer was there, no? You already have the answer. Now tell me, are you the person, the being that you're
So
supposed to be?
we're waiting for you to answer the question. Does God
Oh, yes,
entirely
speak aloud,
exist?
Mr. Speaker. So yes, indeed it does. Now you want evidence?
Oh, there we go. I don't know why it took 3 different times. Ian, what's the next question in this dialogue?
Wait, so God does entirely exist?
Yes, God is.
And God, one of God's parts is unicorns? Do unicorns exist?
You know, you having the entity of unicorn in you is due to God, so yes.
I don't grant that I have the entity of unicorn in me.
Well, of course, you are of wordage of unicorn, so it is.
Do you just mean like the idea of a unicorn? So I'm asking about like literal unicorns, not like the idea of a unicorn, not like a conceptual unicorn, like an actual one.
Well,
Is God actual unicorns?
it's all. You must be of realization when you speak of something that does not exist. It exists by stories, so it is existent. It's the same way as you say.
Sure. So you're saying that it has fictional existence.
Anything.
So would you say that part of God has fictional existence?
Everything and anything of which you desire to be is. Realize your falseness is true and your true is true.
We're not going to get an answer to that question.
We're definitely not going to get an answer to that.
I'm thoroughly perplexed.
Yeah,
Because the
don't worry.
answer is not
Guest is
within you.
absolutely perplexed as
Be of
well.
realization of what you're questioning, then the
This is
answer will be
actually
of
an
understanding.
interesting dialogue. Not what you're doing. What you're doing is not interesting at all. But what Ian was saying is actually kind of interesting because it's starting to. Okay, let's take like a syllogism here. I'm forming right now in my head. God exists entirely, right? That's a question most people are going to say yes to, right? The next question you could say is God is immutable. Do you think pantheists would say God is immutable?
They couldn't.
Never changing or changing.
They couldn't, because the next question would be when the universe changes or particles go out of existence, it would mean that God is no longer complete, right? Also, Dr. Blitz, can particles, like some of the fundamental particles, actually cease to exist? Can they go out of existence if they annihilate?
Sure.
That's what I thought. So if pantheism is true, that means every time particles go out of existence, God loses part of himself.
That is God. All is one. One is all.
Sure
anything that is God. So basically, don't look at God as a religious stance.
Oh no. This connection must have been bad. That's terrible.
Damn it! I just pulled up. I just
no.
had ChatGPT generate me like a Shakespearean soliloquy.
Would have been beautiful.
I was gonna read it out.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. I'm going to read some super chats before we get our next guest loaded up. Currently, the line is short. I say the same thing I say every week. If you want to get in, the best time to get in is earlier in the show. If you try to request with like a half hour left in the show, we're probably not going to be able to get you in. So please, by all means, get yourself into the guest box earlier rather than sooner. Giant Josh, thank you for the super chat, says, in 1 Samuel 1913, what do you think about the idol being an armor mannequin, which would explain why he had one and the size issue? Okay, so I don't think so. So the word, all right, for people who don't know the story, King Saul is trying to find David. He wants to put David to death. David at this point is married to Michal, and they want to throw him off the beaten path. So they put an idol, an icon, in the bed, in place of where like David would be, basically as a decoy. So when they storm into the house, for some reason they'll think that he's there, right? The question is, why was there an idol there? There's a couple theories. I don't think the theory of like a suit of armor, like a mannequin suit of armor, does a whole lot. we have no reason to believe that. First of all, if there's an idol in the house, we have no reason to believe that they wouldn't have one, given the time period and given McCall. We're not really sure. So the children in Saul's family, quite a few of them have Canaanite names. Think of Ishbaal is a popular name for one of the people inside of the family. So it seems like there's still some Canaanite roots inside of Saul's family, and Michal was the daughter of Saul. Most likely, if she actually had an idol, I think that would make more sense. But what we actually have in the text is the word that's typically used for idol, which is teraphim. So when you go to Genesis, and remember there's a story in Genesis where when Laban is chasing Jacob and his new wives, he's mad that they stole his household idols. Those were teraphim in the Hebrew. So it just seems to be that either David or Michal had a household idol. They were really common. We don't know if it was an idol of Yahweh or an idol of Baal or an idol of anyone else. We just know that they had one and they use it as a decoy. I hope that answers your question, Giant Josh. I don't think it was an armor mannequin. And Dr. Fudge says the aliens equals God argument to me seems like an assumption that we should be so incredulous as to assume anything we don't understand is God. It's a fair point.
Yeah, it's a really frustrating argument because like it's just not what people mean when they say God. Like maybe if you were the kind of person who believed in like the pagan gods or like the ancient Sumerian gods, then maybe what you mean as God is indistinguishable from a super advanced alien. But like when we're talking with people in the West, right? Like this is just not what they mean.
I agree. And actually, it's funny, when I was in like my agnostic phase, even I had some thoughts like, well, fuck, if the universe is infinite and it's been around forever, and I'm like, theoretically, there probably are some super advanced life forms out there, like crazy advanced life forms that we just haven't come into contact with. They might know about us. And so I was like, theoretically, we would view them as being godlike. But the more I thought about it, I was like, well, they're not fucking gods. We can't call them gods. So you have to, as tempting as it is, you have to move away from the verbiage. Hey, Kane, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, why does the guy who misses every pop culture meme have a soundboard? Love you, Justin. Hey.
Bruh. It's a good question.
Listen, I have a very eclectic recollection of some
Bro's
pop
over
culture
here
things
being eclectic.
from the 80s. Sorry, guys. Listen, Ian and Blitz are here. Why do I need to know pop culture references?
There you go. That's the spirit.
That's right. Lean heavy on other people's skills.
Exactly. We have to cover each other's weaknesses.
For sure. And listen, I want to spend my time creating new sound clips.
I'm beautiful, I'm gorgeous, I'm big, I can do handstands.
I mean, seems to be the case.
Is that the one guy that you had a debate with?
The Menard crash out, yeah.
That's hilarious.
Oh my god.
That's wonderful.
I need to get that. That's such a funny copy prompt. That's so funny that he just said that.
He was out of his mind. Nightman says Highlander has one great movie, two truly awful sequels, and a kind of fun TV show if you turn your brain off. To be fair, I watched the TV show more than the movies. My sister liked the movies, liked the TV show, but it was competing for my brain space, and Xena the Princess Warrior won. So what are we supposed to do?
That's fair. That's a fair turn of play.
I mean, that's just, come on. It's not even a competition. Rock hard for Doug. Great to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says Matek equals Paul. Wait. Hold on. There might be a joke in here that I'm missing. Matek.
He was the crazy one.
Right. Oh, you're saying, yeah, Matek is crazy like Paul.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's my bad. I'm sorry about that, Rock hard. You're right. To be fair, like, I could envision, the Paul of the Bible being that kind of crazy. Maybe not crazy is the word, but that kind of weird,
Yep.
I want to be careful using the crazy word because that actually has like real life
Get canceled.
ramifications. Yeah. Well, not just for me, but for like when you use it against other people, I think it's it's no longer a playful insult. It's kind of like derogatory against people who
Well, yeah, that's why you
legitimately
get
need
canceled when you
medicated.
do it.
Right, yeah.
That's why the cancellation exists.
Right. Hey, Space of Lord says, I believe in the real unicorn, or the realicorn, unicorn plus real, checkmate. Oh, fuck.
There you go.
I forgot about the realicorn.
Yeah, the existent squared circle.
I've got the life-granting unicorn behind me on the shelf. So I got one unicorn in.
Is that Sarah?
What?
Sarah the unicorn?
No, it is the life-granting unicorn doesn't have a name unless it was
you should talk to
determined
Good Trouble.
by a council. Did Trouble get prophecy?
Good Trouble has a Good Trouble has a life-granting unicorn named Sarah.
Oh fuck, mate. Oh, Sarah's
Might be
manifesting.
the same unicorn.
I bet it is. Okay, I'll check into that for sure.
Wait,
Now we know.
gosh, who's the one person on YouTube who posts like Darth Dawkins clips as well?
Tom
Not
Rabbit?
Tom Rabbit. I think it's
no.
I think her name is Godless Girl.
Oh,
I think she has the exact same unicorn as her profile picture.
I mean, I think it's a pretty common unicorn. I got mine at Dollar General. I think so. You know, I mean, obviously, the life-granting unicorn is going to be fiscally, aware. Jim Bolini, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Oh, we got a guest waiting to get in finally. All right, one question for each. DZ, Noah sent a raven that did not return. How do we have ravens? Blitz, how do fuzzy
for you.
probabilities?
Oh.
I think these are three separate questions. I'm
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
read through independently after TikTok Studio stops freezing. There we go. It wants me to verify. I don't know why it wants me to verify it so often. Okay. Noah sent a raven that did not return. How do we have ravens? Well, you shouldn't have any ravens, but theoretically they were on the boat. And so this is one of the interesting things about this whole narrative is you have to assume that the birds were on the boat or else nothing works. They certainly weren't flying around the water for that period of time. They would have had to come to rest. So the next question is for Blitz. Is how do fuzzy probabilities collapse into a definitive reality upon observation?
Yeah, so it's not clear that even happens. There are interpretations of quantum mechanics where that's just not part of the theory. That said, if you assume that does happen, there is no known mechanism for how it would happen. I mean, there are proposals. There's like stochastic quantum mechanics where like there is just like a probability field that is genuinely random. There's Penrose's proposal, which makes collapse happen as a result of gravitational interactions. But this is one of the mysteries of quantum mechanics, which is why at least in my view, collapse is basically nonsense because it's just granted as magic, basically.
Yeah. And last, before I move on too far, Genesis 7 verses 8 and 14 both talk about pairs of birds on the ark. So for sure there were birds on the ark. Last question is for Ian. Says, why ask why?
I don't know what this question is asking. Like,
I don't know either.
This seems like self-defeating. It
Yeah.
seems like you've already been motivated to action to ask why in the first place. So it's like kind of
Sounds like-
unclear what the question is even asking.
I feel like it's an inception question, like an infinite regress question.
Because
Well-
you're curious. That's why. That's the answer. The answer is because you're curious.
Yep.
And last super chat before we get Raven in here. Thank you, Genji, for the $55 super chat. That is
Thank you so
monumental. Big W. Really appreciate that, friend. Says, Justin, what do you think of the idea that Onan was killed not because he spilled his sperm on the ground, but instead because he took advantage of Tamar under the Levirate rules? No, that's exactly why he was punished. they didn't care about spilling your seed. As long as you weren't defiling somebody, you could, if you spilled your seed, there was no like negative consequences for you. So this whole thing where God was just mad that somebody spilled their seed is not really in the text. There's a lot of articles written on this particular topic. He took advantage of his sister. He led, well, not sister, but near kin. I mean, he led her to believe that that he was giving her an heir when he wasn't. He was just going to Pound Town, pretending like he's going to knock her up and do his duty as a leveret, but he never actually did his duty. So yeah, he lied to her. That's what he did. He tricked her, fooled her. I mean, if you have an emission, it just makes you unclean. Like if you go to Leviticus, there are rules if you have nocturnal emissions. Spilling your seed isn't a crime worthy of death. You're just unclean for a little bit. That's all. All right, let's get Raven in
Yeah, what
here.
if it's accidental?
Exactly. I mean, it's a very fair question, Genji. You're on the right track there. Raven, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes, I believe in God. But let me first define that. I am not arguing God as a religious figure, right? But as an extra-dimensional being.
So an alien.
Okay.
So you don't believe in God?
No, I believe that, say, a fourth, fifth dimensional being would be capable of things that we would see as miracles, capable of creating matter or life.
But so would
I think that
aliens.
would qualify.
So would like super advanced aliens.
I don't
right?
think I would argue that it would not be a technology; it would be a function of their existence.
Why would
Right?
Why would
With
merely
te-
being
with
one
aliens, it
dimension
would-
higher mean that they could just do things willy nilly? Like, I mean, put yourself in perspective.
Okay,
Imagine
but-
that there were two-dimensional
so-
beings. Two-dimensional like we couldn't create two-dimensional beings just by existing. Like that doesn't make it true just because we're one dimension higher than them. So it's not clear at all why we would.
Right, but we are able to make pocket instances where we're able to, say, break physics or other things like that, right? So
Not without technology.
Not without technology, correct.
Yeah, so why would we expect that
Or
the
what would be
five-dimensional
perceived
being
as technology.
would be able to do these things without technology?
Why would we expect that it wouldn't be? I mean, think of it
Because
this way:
we can't
it
do
wouldn't
it
be
for
like
two-dimensional beings.
breaking. Yeah, yes, but our physics only works in our pocket of the universe, right? If you go to other parts of the universe, our physics don't work there, right?
Well,
So
that's not. We have no
what
reason
I'm,
to think.
what
that
I'm
that's true.
arguing is kind of your 2D
We have no reason to
argument,
think that that's
right?
true.
So say we have no reason to think
Am I
that
audible?
physics don't work in other part of the universe.
You're audible to me.
Yeah, in fact, we have very good reason to think that the laws of physics as we know them apply equally well everywhere.
Okay, so I don't really have my evidence on me to refute that particular thing at this moment. So I'm going to leave that. But so what I would kind of bring up is the thought of like us as a three-dimensional being, right? Not being able to properly view or acknowledge a fourth or fifth dimensional being or extra-dimensional being at all's interactions with our universe. Just like, say, if there were 2D beings living on a flat plane, right, and a three-dimensional circle came into their plane, they would see it as a circle that got smaller, that got bigger, and then got smaller and disappeared, right? They wouldn't be able to perceive the full interaction. And
Right, but
that would
Raven,
be my
not to interrupt
argument.
what's happening here, but
is
this
that-
is not actually an argument, right? You're just like giving us like thoughts, like this is what it could be, right? But I mean, I could easily just say, well, yeah, that God doesn't exist because I believe in the God-eating penguin that eats extraterrestrial gods. That just happens to have all the same properties, including one extra property that it could eat all interdimensional beings. So, like, these are interesting thoughts, but they're not actually arguments.
So, I would say it could be kind of an argument because you're kind of saying that extra-dimensional beings or them having the capability of doing things like us would be absurd, right? And I just don't think that's the
I'm not
case.
saying
I
that at
think
all. What I'm
that's-
saying is you just saying, well, something could be is not an argument for what is. Like, it certainly could be that, like, our
So you're looking
universe
for
is a
clear
tiny little
empirical
speck
evidence
inside of
that
another
God
universe that
exists?
literally all of our observable universe is actually just like a grain of sand on a seashore of a larger universe. It's a great thing to talk about. Yeah, maybe it fucking is true, but that's not an argument for it being true. Just saying what is or what could be is never an argument for what is.
Okay, so you guys are not looking for
shower thoughts. We don't want shower thoughts.
like a shower thoughts or a debate back and forth. You guys are looking for clear.
No, we definitely do want a debate back and
thoughts
forth. We definitely do want a debate back and forth. What we don't want is we don't just want but
you
what
want to
if
refute concise points, not
we want
We want
something that actually is more than but
We
what
want
if.
claims substantiated by evidence.
Okay.
Is
Do
that
you have
fair?
claims
Right, well, I won't be
substantiated
able
by
to-
evidence?
Yeah, I won't be able to offer that.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
thanks for stopping by.
Thanks,
I
guys.
don't understand that at all.
Cheers.
Like,
Is something
why-
in the water today?
why believe
Like what's
why
happening?
believe such things?
Isn't it fun, Dr. Blitz? Don't you have a bit of whimsy? Don't you
I have
just
no
like
whimsy.
believing things
I am
because it
whimsyless.
feels fun?
I'm whimsyless.
Yeah, apparently. Fuck. Here comes Dr. Blitz to explain quantum physics to us. You know, he doesn't think that it has anything to do with human consciousness.
Not
Yeah,
nearly
get out
enough
of here,
whimsy.
you whimsiful.
Wouldn't it be more fun if it did?
Perhaps. Hey, G3 Rain, thank you for the $5 super tip. Says, could collapse just be our brain particles becoming entangled with the measured particles?
Yeah, that's the many worlds interpretation.
Okay.
And then there is no collapse, right? Nothing ever actually happens. It's just an entanglement process.
Interesting. Captain Sam, hey, good to see you this morning. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Justin, you beautiful man. Well, thank you. Thanks for all your support for me. It's been overwhelming and incredible for a noob like me. With love from Australia. Hi, Dr. Blitzinian. So our friend Skeptic Sam
Appreciate it.
has started a YouTube channel. I've been directing people to go in the community to go drop him a follow. He's a member of our community. We should be supporting each other. So go to the YouTubes and find Skeptic Sam and drop him a follow. Make sure you're in the know. Modern atheism, interesting. Says the other account of Judas's death was on Papias. Yes, that's who I was thinking of. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I know it was an early account. I just can't remember who it was. You're right. It was definitely that. Yep. W and L for Papias for being also out of his mind. Dr. Fudge says, how many candles did he take? Holy crap. Wait, candies, sorry. How many candies did he take? Oh, yeah. Talk about Matek. Listen, Matek was something. I want to believe deep down in my heart Matek was a troll and that's not a real person. I could be wrong. Kane says, in Dracula 2000, Judas is the first vampire. Oh, what's Dracula 2000? You guys know what that is?
Oh, that sounds fun.
It sounds like a movie.
I have no idea what it is, but it sounds like a fun movie.
I mean, if it's a movie, including Judas.
It's got to be a movie.
If Peterson and Darth had a baby, oof.
Oof.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Hey, and Dr. Fudge says, I have a unicorn in me. It hurts. Help.
It would.
Indeed, it would. I'm going to need a medical doctor for that. Michael says, debating Blitz's theist doppelganger. Wait, Blitz has got a doppelganger?
I think people were saying Matek.
Oh,
But I
Mat-
didn't see the similarity.
I don't know. Did he have a ponytail? I didn't see one. Well, I'll have to look when we see the playback. Carla says, for Blitz to buy some whimsy. Well, thank you, Carla.
Well, I appreciate that, but I will not be spending any money on whimsy. I buy only practical things.
And last one for now from Genji. Thank you so much for the $25 to super chat. It says, Justin, who the fuck was that? Zadok. It was another. Okay, there was the priesthood split at one point, and Zadok was the beginning of a new branch of the priesthood, and so that's why there's a whole branch of priests called the Zadokites. Was he invented to whitewash a potential coup by Solomon, or was he real? I mean, to be fair, I don't know how many of these people are real. Like, I believe there was a real Solomon in history, As for the rest of the lore, it's really hard to know what parts are real, what parts aren't. All I can tell you is what the Bible says. Was there a line of priests called Levites? I do believe that. Was there a line that followed after Zadok? Maybe, possibly, could even be probably. I don't really know, actually, because I don't know what data we have for it. I'll have to look into that. By the way, I am compiling right now. It might be helpful. I'm compiling an LLM right now with what appears to be about 50% of my library. And you should be able to ask it these types of questions. I've got thousands of archaeological resources and historical resources that would be really helpful for doing this kind of research. When it actually gets done, I'll see if I can publish it somewhere. Right now, it's going through my library creating vectors. So when it's done doing that, we should be able to actually test it out and see what happens.
That seems rad.
Should be a lot of fun. I went through yesterday and added all of my PDF books to it, and it took like half a day. But anyways, so let's grab Mike from our YouTube queue. If you're watching on YouTube, friends, or anywhere else, you can use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/UA guest to get into the conversation. If you're watching on TikTok, the way to get in is to hit that guest request button, and we'll get you into the conversation. Welcome in, Mike.
Hello.
How you doing, Mike?
Howdy.
Good, thanks. Nice
Mike, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Awesome.
Cool.
And do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Your title says your title says God is not real. So are you saying?
Yeah, we'll get to it. So, what God do you believe in?
Are you saying God does not exist, or are you saying I'm
let's
not
just calm
convinced
down
God
there. Yeah, more or less. But we have a couple of questions to establish first. What we're trying to figure out is, how old are you, and what God do you believe in?
I said I'm over 18. I believe in the God of the Bible.
Okay.
Gotcha. Cool.
You're saying God does not exist?
Yeah, we've already covered this. Yeah, we agree God doesn't exist. So, what do you think is a good reason to believe in the biblical God?
Wait. If you say God does not exist, why isn't it like? Aren't you supposed to prove your claim?
Oh, we can. This is called a challenge as well. So I know you might be confused coming in here thinking that this is like a philosophy 101 classroom where we're in here just throwing out claims and forcing people to defend them. We are more than happy to defend the claim that the Christian God isn't real, but this isn't a philosophical
argument gets you?
This isn't a philosophical argument on the board. This is just called a challenge where we're saying, listen, God isn't real. Now, you can prove us wrong if you want to. Do you think you can prove us wrong?
Well, what argument gets you to the idea that God does not exist rather than I personally don't believe?
Your God doesn't exist because it entails contradictions.
My God doesn't exist. My God doesn't exist. The God of the Bible, but
your God's a contradiction.
The title says God does not exist at all. Like any.
Yeah,
God.
well, and we'll start with yours first. So your God is a contradiction. You want to hear why?
Wait.
Let's just calm down there. There's really no reason to be getting this upset.
He's getting really upset already.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't talk about my God.
I'm not upset. You're just saying
You
you're saying
sound
God does not
upset.
exist at all.
Yeah, your God definitely doesn't exist.
So just to be super clear here, Mike, you don't think any other gods exist except your own, right? So we already agree on the vast majority of other god conceptions. So why don't we just talk about the one that we disagree about?
Because that doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to suggest
it does make any sense. It may not make sense to you because it went over your head, but we already agree that none of those other gods exist. Hold
on.
We'll just come to an agreement. In fact, I'll get a notepad open to track the conversation since I don't think you're capable of tracking. So I'm just going to open up my chat notes real quick, and I'm going to write down real quick.
Then we can.
All gods don't exist other than the Bible God. Yes or no?
Prove that. No.
Yes or no? Yes or no? We're trying to nail down a starting point for the conversation. So we'll just continue to ask you until you become less belligerent. Yes
The
or
starting
no?
point is
All
the title of
gods
your
cease to
video.
exist or don't exist
Why
other
can't
than
you
the biblical
prove your
God. Yes or
claim? Can you
no?
prove your claim?
We're
Can
going
you prove your
to. We're
claim?
going to when you
Whoa.
stop
You're not
crying.
going
This
to.
guy
Hey,
needs to calm the fuck
this guy,
down. Just take a
yeah,
deep
he
breath.
really
It's really going to
does.
be okay.
What do I need to tell you?
He's really been out of shape
Yeah,
this
okay,
morning.
maybe, you know,
Really
maybe
upsetting
maybe I'll just give
spaghetti.
him an argument for God's non-existence because he's like
Okay,
tripping over himself.
do that.
Yeah, yeah, he's having a real hard morning.
Premise one, if God exists, then creation ex nihilo occurred. Premise two, if creation ex nihilo occurred, then God changed from knowing that the universe didn't exist to knowing that the universe does exist. Premise three, God's knowledge doesn't change. Therefore, God doesn't exist.
Where do we say God's knowledge doesn't change?
Do you think God's outside of time?
Why do we read that? God is outside of time.
Is God all knowing?
Yes.
Oh wait, can something that knows all things change its knowledge? The answer is no.
So then his knowledge didn't change.
Can
then.
something that's all knowing change its knowledge?
His knowledge didn't change then. I disagree.
I didn't ask you if his knowledge changed.
Prior to God, well, when
That's
God
premise
existed
two,
without
right?
the universe existing, did God know that he existed alone without the universe?
He knew. Well, that doesn't change the knowledge, though. That doesn't
Answer the question, yes or no. Did God know that he
knowledge.
existed alone when he
Doesn't
existed
know.
alone?
And what
No,
a coward.
he doesn't, because no, he's outside
He
of
doesn't
time.
know that he's not all-knowing.
He's outside of time. No, I
Yeah,
didn't say no, he doesn't know. I said he knows.
Does he know?
You're wrong about your statement.
Did he know?
He knew that he knew everything. So
Did he know that he existed alone? Did he know I exist and the universe doesn't?
What are you talking about? No, the thing is,
Then he's not
talking about-
all-knowing.
No, you're talking about a different situation. He's existed
Just answer the
outside of time.
question. Is it a yes or no?
It's not a yes or no question.
It is.
You're
It's
actually
absolutely a yes or no question.
misrepresenting
When
the
God
position.
existed without the universe, did God know I exist alone?
There's
I
no
exist
when,
without the
there's no
universe.
when outside of time. You're proposing
In the
a-
sorry, we can take out the time words. In God's timeless eternity, sans creation, did God know that he existed alone?
No, because again, that
Then he's
wouldn't
not
have been
all-knowing.
outside of time. No, it's not about.
What,
not
sorry, wait.
all-knowing.
What in what I said is the
Your-
time word?
Your statement is just weird and incorrect. Like
What was the time
you're
word
acting as
in
if-
what I
you're acting as
said?
if there was some period.
We're
of
not going to
time.
get an answer to that question.
No, of
I'm
course we
answering
won't.
your question. You're asking some period. You're asking like there's some period of time when.
What question
God-
did I just ask you?
You're asking if God knew at some
Nope.
point or something.
What was the
What
time
yes?
word in what I asked you? What's the time word?
No, you're creating a time condition. Like you're saying that there's some
Nope.
period when God
Nope.
existed when
I
Nope.
think you're
about
confused.
the universe.
So the point here is that we can talk about there was a state of affairs in which God existed, where the
no,
universe
that's
did
the
not
time word
exist.
again. That's the time word
There,
again.
which time word did I use?
Was you said was there was a
Okay,
state of affairs.
So
You can
Do
say in God's timeless eternity, sans creation.
yeah,
Where's the
It's
time
such a
word
state of-
in?
There was no sans creation in God's timeless eternity.
Then creation always existed, so God didn't create it.
No,
If there is no sans creation, there's no God without creation, then there's eternally creation.
there's an eternal act of creation. Yes. He
So then you
created-
would
What's
say
an
creation is
eternal
eternal?
I'm so confused.
his creation is his act of creation is eternal.
Sure. Well, then that means that creation itself is eternal, which means that God
No,
never created it because
mean
the
that.
universe is eternal. So
That
that's a
doesn't mean that.
contradiction.
No, the act of creation is eternal.
Yeah, then the
But
universe is
that doesn't
eternal
mean
too.
that
If you
the universe-
eternally create
No, it
something,
doesn't.
then that thing eternally
Doesn't mean that.
exists.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that. What are you talking
It
about?
does mean that, yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Wait, do you think that
His
Jesus
act
is
of
eternal?
creation
Was
is
Jesus
eternal.
eternally begotten?
Yes.
So Jesus is eternal because he's eternally begotten. He was eternally created, so that means that, you know, he exists eternally. The universe is eternally created, so therefore the universe exists
I
eternally.
didn't say that the universe is created eternally. I said his
Is it
act of
created
creation-
eternally? Or does God start creating it at some
His
point?
act of creation is eternal.
Do you think that answers my question?
What does that mean?
Yes,
What
it
does it
does.
mean that the act of creation is eternal?
His action
He has
is
no
eternal.
idea. He's just
You can
sputtering
you can
about.
say it over and over again. What does it actually mean? Because I have no I have no intuition, no sense of what it means for any action to be eternal. Like an action is a thing that is started, and then there's a process, and then there's an ending. Right?
Okay,
that's what an action is.
Yeah, okay. We don't have intuitive ideas about eternality because we're not eternal.
So
but it doesn't mean that
do you have any way to explain what it means? Well, so my understanding of what an action is that it's a thing that starts, and then there's a process, and then it ends. That is what an action is, in my view. So can you make sense of what an eternal action would be when it seems like it's just a direct contradiction in terms?
No, that's your understanding of an action because you're a time-bound creature who is not eternal.
Would you say that like definitions of words? Would you say that words mean things? Because
no,
I just looked up the definition of the word action.
Words don't mean things.
Hold on. I'm saying your understanding of action doesn't mean that it's exclusive or that it's the only understanding that can exist.
Yeah,
what's your understanding?
I'm going to read you two definitions of the word action from Merriam-Webster.
Those are definitions.
One is a thing done,
created by eternal beings.
Right. So one is a thing done, which if it's done, then it's complete, right? So it can't be eternal. The second definition is the accomplishment of a thing, usually over a period of time in stages or with the possibility of repetition. So it's not clear at all. Like, by action, do you not mean that? What do you mean?
I mean that God's action, the things that God does are eternal.
Oh, the claim again. Thank you. Yeah, the exact thing we're trying to get clarification on. Wow, how illuminating.
Well, anyway, you're the guys who try to say that God doesn't exist. Right?
Yeah, and you're the one who's trying to gum up the gears to prevent the obvious entailment.
You've never proven.
We did prove it.
Give us a definition
coping.
for action.
God's eternal action is different.
No, we're asking you, give us a definition for the word action.
A thing is it's a.
This dude had too much of the blood of Christ.
For real.
Why are you insulting like that? Why are you being like that?
Are you drunk?
Anyway, the fact is, no, I'm not. What are you trying to say?
Yeah, he's definitely not sober. That's for sure the case.
Wow, you guys are just insulting and just horrible.
This would be better.
Can you just define the word action?
You weren't.
Can you define the word action?
He can't
without using any time words. That'd be good.
It's difficult to define in terms of an eternal action, but it's difficult.
We didn't ask you to say. We didn't ask you for eternal action. Just give us the definition of the word action, and then we can move on to the next one.
Whatever you mean by action, it needs to be compatible with it being eternal. And so that's why I'm asking for a definition of action that is compatible with something being eternal. Because as far as I can tell, the only notion of action that I even understand, and the only notion of action that I can find in dictionaries, these are all things that have built-in time words, like they are completed, or they are a process with multiple stages, but like none of those things are compatible with being eternal, right?
Okay, action is the exercise of causal power.
The exercise of causal power.
Was God always exercising causal power over the universe?
Yes.
Then the universe would have always existed.
No,
you can't exercise causal power over a thing that doesn't exist.
No, he exercises it but he exercises it and it comes to be in his moment. Or it's like that's the thing.
In his what? Wait, in his what?
He just said moment.
In his what? In his moment?
He creates time at a moment. The creation of time is at a moment.
Sure. And does he begin creating, or was he eternally creating?
The creation of time is at a what?
The creation of time is at a moment. The creation of it occurs.
So God has moments.
The moment of the beginning of time. The beginning of time that does it as a moment. Anyway, he's like, what are you guys trying to do? Try to disprove God? Or are you trying to like?
We're succeeding in disproving God. It seems.
You're not.
It's okay if it's over your head. The entire audience gets it. You don't.
Nothing at all over your head. Nothing is over my head at all. You haven't shown that.
Yeah, because he's high as a kite.
Yeah, I think most of the room is over your head right now because I think you're on the floor.
Insulting. Wow. This is all you guys have, man. No intellectual arguments. Just
you won't answer the question.
The argument and you won't engage.
You haven't given any argument.
Was
What's the
God
argument
eternally
for God
creating, or was God not eternally creating?
I was eternally creating, yes.
Then creation exists eternally.
No, it doesn't. That's not the same thing.
That does follow, right? If God is eternally you would agree that God creating is sufficient for creation to exist, logically sufficient for creation to exist, right?
Sufficient, but not necessarily. It's not necessarily it's gonna occur at the moment.
When is it going to occur?
It's sufficient, but it's sufficient, but not sufficient.
Yeah, sufficient but insufficient. Yeah,
because eternal is outside of time.
What else is required?
Yeah, eternal.
Other than God willing it,
eternal
what else is
outside of time,
required?
that's true.
Sorry?
Other than God willing it, what else is required?
Nothing.
Then it should have always existed.
No, it's not true because again, it's outside of time. Eternality is outside of time.
We're aware, but if God willed it into existence, it should always
Eternality is
exist.
outside of time.
Yeah.
If God is eternally willing something to exist,
how
it should always exist.
God? How does any of this disprove God?
We're demonstrating right now that your God didn't create anything.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
It's okay if it's over your head.
If God's eternally creating, then creation eternally exists. We can deduce from, if it's true that God is creating, and it's true that if God is creating, then creation exists, then we can deduce that eternally creation exists.
No, it doesn't. God doesn't begin to act, but he's eternally the cause. He eternally is the cause of the action that begins. So he does not begin to act.
Are you guys picking up what he's putting down?
No.
No, nobody is. He doesn't even know what he's saying right now.
Do you? Whoa, that's really funny. That's actually like hilarious. I'm so glad you said that. I'm gonna chortle about this cruelly with my friends. But
I love chortling.
Do you? Would you reject that if God creates, if God is creating, then that's sufficient for creation exists?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's eternal.
It does, right? Because God is eternally creating, and God creating is sufficient for creation existing. So eternally, creation must exist.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that because his creation also
doesn't mean that.
It doesn't mean that. Fuck, Blitz. Have you considered that it doesn't mean that?
I have not. I didn't consider that.
It's almost as powerful as the argument.
No, because you're trying to suggest that the fact that God creates eternally means that creation is eternal.
Yes, correct.
Creation begins when time.
Yeah.
begins.
So look, maybe I can
eternality
clarify here.
is before time.
Maybe I can clarify here. So would you say that God's creation has parts? God's act of creation has parts.
His act of creation?
Yeah. Can it be subdivided into chunks?
No, but
so there's only one chunk. Now, if there's only one chunk, that means that no one, and I'm going to say the word moment, but don't take that literally. You
guys are just
Mike.
Mike,
I'm using language as best as I can. I don't mean literally a temporal moment, but we're talking about something that happened eternally, and so we can talk about the, well, wait, are we talking about something that happened eternally or something that happened timelessly? Because these are different words.
The action of creation is eternal.
Okay, so eternal means forever in time.
No, it's not always. It can also.
So then, what do you mean by do you mean timeless?
Yeah, it's time. Yeah, eternality is timeless as well. God is timeless, and he's.
Well, no, I mean you can have something that's eternal but not timeless. So, I don't.
Yeah, that's like the universe, or the universe now is time bound, but going to exist eternally in the future.
Well, okay, so you mean timeless, right? So you have an action despite there not being any time.
Timeless is also eternal. Like eternality is also timeless. Like
those words mean different things, but that's fine if you want to conflate them. So look, you have a timeless action, and so that timeless action, that action wasn't happening, and I'm going to use the word before here, but don't get upset. That action, it wasn't like there was.
Oh, we lost you.
Blitz, you're muted.
Did you actually?
Oh, oops. It's not that the action was happening, but the universe didn't exist, and then the action continued happening, and then the universe existed. If the universe, or if the action itself has no parts, if it's just one simple thing, then that means that whenever the action was happening, I use whenever, maybe we can say wherever, or however the action was happening, the universe also existed, because otherwise there'd be a way to distinguish between the types of the part of the action where the universe didn't exist and the part of the action where the universe did exist. So it must be the case that if the action is simple, then at any I don't want to say period, for the entirety of the action, the universe has existed.
No, because you're assuming God is like an agent of cause, like in physics, where.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said that an action is to have causal power, or is to do something with causal power, correct? So is he not an agent of cause?
God's not an agent?
Mechanical cause.
I didn't say anything about mechanical.
Mechanical cause? Is that a proprietary term?
You're like conflating those two ideas. That God is.
Where did I invoke anything about it being mechanical?
No, but when you say,
can God cause things?
Hold on. You suggested that it has to happen inside of time, instead of some kind of time bound.
I don't think we.
Well,
said
no.
that.
I mean, I granted this nonsensical idea that you can take an action outside of time. I just granted it for the sake of argument.
Why is that nonsensical?
Yeah. So actions are processes, and processes take place in time.
Pretty obvious.
It does. No, not necessarily. Action is
no. Actions are changes.
Yeah,
and changes are processes, and they all happen in time.
Causes don't necessarily take place in time.
Can you give me an example of a cause that doesn't take place in time?
Actually,
of the universe.
Well, I'd be super curious. What's your account of causation?
Causation is when something creates an effect.
Sure.
That's helpful.
When something creates an effect, sure. And an effect presumably is something that's created by a cause?
Right.
That's circular.
Ah, that's so helpful. Enlightening.
No, you're asking for the definition of a cause, right? So a cause is something that creates an effect.
Would you say that the creator needs to exist prior to the created thing?
Prior is also a time word.
I know. Would you say that the creator needs to exist prior to the created thing?
Prior is a time word.
I know. Would you say that prior that the creator needs to exist prior to the created thing?
Prior is a time word.
It's a time word. He's saying this as if I'm gonna start like fucking evaporating. Like I'm gonna start fucking melting. I know it's a time word. I'm asking you.
Dude? Wait, of course. Well, it doesn't apply. It doesn't. It's ridiculous to apply those words to a being that's outside of time.
I'm asking you about causes, big dog. Try tracking.
Yeah, so not all causes have to require a time-bound situation.
Do you think that's an answer to my question? What was my question?
I can't even remember now. Your question.
Yeah, I grant that. Right. It's because you've been drinking too much communion wine.
I haven't been drinking anything.
He's devastated.
Stop being insulting.
That's the case.
Wait. Are you trying to have
maybe you should try listening to the question.
Trying to discuss this important subject.
Yeah,
it's so
it definitely seems like it. It doesn't seem like you're trying to gum up the gears at all.
I'm trying to show that you guys have not been able to prove your argument that God is.
We have, yeah.
No,
you just haven't tracked it.
No, I've tracked it.
Clearly,
fine.
it's above you.
You haven't even made.
What
shown the idea. You're trying to right now.
Well, you're stumbling all over your words. Just calm down.
Hold on, you're trying to suggest right now that causes require a prior, but prior
yeah,
is
that's
like
correct.
a time word, so
I agree.
Cause of time does not require a prior.
Causes precede the effect.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Ooh,
Name one
not
time
necessarily.
Word
the creation of time.
I don't grant that time is created, by the way.
Well, that's your false.
You're
Wait, what's the argument that time was created? What's the argument for that?
You're the ones that are trying to prove that God is not real, right?
Sorry, do you think that answers the question?
Well, you're trying to base it on some kind of internal critique of the notion that time can be created. But then now you're trying to suggest to me that I have to make an argument for the notion that
because you made a claim, did you not?
You're trying to make.
He wants to make claims, but he doesn't want to defend his claims.
So your claim is that God isn't real.
it's all
Your
coming together
claim
now.
is that God isn't real. That's your claim. Your claim was you're attempting to make that claim.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Is our claim that God isn't real? Maybe if you restate it for the 10th time, we would grasp what you're saying.
Hold on.
Wait,
Yes.
sorry.
What we
Mike,
need you to do is
I have a quick
stop
question.
restating the claim on the board and actually enter into the dialogue.
Mike, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah,
Do you
we're
think
in
there's
the
a state of
dialogue.
affairs where God existed alone?
State of affairs where God existed alone. A state of affairs where God existed alone. Yes.
In that state of affairs, did God know that he existed alone?
Did God know that he existed alone? I don't know. It's weird. Again, you're trying to suggest this time thing again. Because
No, wait, what? You
answer the
agreed that the
question.
state of affairs exists. Oh, so he agreed to it. He realized that it's a major fuck up, and now he's trying to take it back. Sorry, Mike, it's all recorded. You can't unsay the stupid shit that you just said. There's only one way forward.
Wow,
Does God know in that state of affairs that you agree existed?
People are gonna make
Did God know?
You're asking a deep
Did he
question.
know?
I'm thinking about it.
To answer the question, did God know that he existed alone in the state of affairs where he existed alone?
He knew that he existed alone. I don't know. It's a difficult question. I don't know. What you're asking me is kind of odd.
Yes, he knows that he's cooked.
Yeah, 100%.
No. Well, you're the ones who have to prove that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, we're proving it.
did.
Yeah. We just
How are you
proved it.
doing
In
that?
fact,
How are you doing
so unfortunately, actually, I don't know. Doesn't even help you in this
make the
circumstance
argument. Make the
because
argument.
either he does know or he doesn't know. If God doesn't know, then he's not all-knowing, and if he does know, then that means that his knowledge changed.
If there was a state of affairs where God
Which
is
way?
alone,
Did his knowledge change, or is he not all-knowing? Which one?
no, nothing changed. Why does something change? What are you talking about?
Did his knowledge change, or is he not all-knowing? Which one?
What are you talking about? His knowledge change. Prove that.
Wait. So you would then agree that there was a state of affairs in which God existed alone, and God knew that he existed alone?
Okay.
Does God still know that he exists alone?
By the way, just to be clear, that was a question, not an okay.
Yeah, no, I accepted your premise or whatever.
Yeah, sure. So in the state of affairs where God exists alone, God knows that he exists alone. Does the truth of what God knows ever change?
No.
Therefore, it's always true that God exists alone.
No, it's not true because this is the thing.
It's not.
You're trying to
true,
suggest that. No, you're trying to suggest that God knows.
Cooked. He's
God knows
cooked.
that he exists. Hold on. No,
Contradiction. You contradicted yourself, babe.
Not a contradiction. Because God knows that he exists alone until the moments that he creates time.
So God's knowledge changes.
No, because he knew that would happen as well. He knows all those things.
But does he know in the state of affairs that I exist?
Well, that doesn't create a change in his knowledge.
I exist alone? Does he know that?
Wait, listen, dude, do you not understand? It doesn't create a change in his knowledge.
Whoa, just calm down. You sound like you're getting upset.
when-
Just chill out. There's really no reason to be getting this upset.
No, just stop it. He knows exactly everything that's going to happen. So
Yeah, does he know I exist alone in the current state of affairs?
there's no change in his knowledge.
Just to be clear, is that a time word? Are you saying that things are going to happen for God even though it exists timelessly?
Well, I still get a time where that was my mistake. But
yeah, okay. So why not say it again?
That doesn't invalidate my argument, or doesn't prove
it does. Well, just to be clear, Mike, you basically tried to invalidate every single argument that Ian, Justin, or I have offered by saying, "Oh, you slipped in a time word."
No, because
so, I mean,
you're making arguments that involve this time factor, this time condition in terms of God's existence. You're making arguments where those time words are meaningful and important. I'm not.
Yeah, in this case, I think that knowing things is meaningful and important. As far
I'm
as
just pointing out his knowledge doesn't change just because things changed or whatever. I don't know. Even the word change.
How can things change if there's no time?
Exactly, that's the thing.
Yeah, it's a great question. So how can
sense.
a universe go from not existing to existing if there's no time?
No, the beginning of existence is a change, but that's within time. It's the beginning of time.
Wait, so would
the
you
beginning
agree?
of time is itself a change.
Do you agree that atemporal facts don't change?
Atemporal facts don't change. Yes, I guess I would agree with
Yeah,
that.
sure. So, when or sorry, not when, in the state of affairs where God exists alone, is it a fact that time doesn't exist? An atemporal fact specifically?
In the state of affairs where God exists alone, is it an atemporal fact that God exists alone? Sorry, is it God knows?
No, that time does not exist. Is it an atemporal fact that time does not exist in the state of affairs where God exists alone?
I think what's occurring is that
yes or no.
In atemporality, there's
yes
this
or no.
notion that no.
Yes or no.
It's not a yes or no. It's not a yes,
yes,
or no.
it is a yes or no. Yes or
no.
no.
It's simplistic the way you're
I'll
asking.
ask the question again so we can expose how much of a dishonest hack this guy is.
No, I'm not being
in the
dishonest.
state of affairs where God exists alone, is it a fact that time does not exist?
Is it a fact in the state of affairs where time exists alone? Is it a fact that time does not exist? Yes.
Is that an atemporal fact?
Yes.
And atemporal facts don't change?
Atemporal fact, but it's an atemporal fact in the sense that it's only partially describing the fact. The fact is also.
Do atemporal facts change?
Wait.
Yes or no? Do atemporal facts
change? The fact you're
change?
describing is not describing the whole fact.
Sorry, so earlier you said atemporal facts don't change.
Yes.
Did you fuck up?
No. You're just not fully articulating the fact that it is.
Do atemporal facts change? Answer the question.
Hold on, dude. No, again, you're simplifying it. You're being simplistic, and you're trying to box me into this thing. It's weird. Like,
am I trying to box you into this thing, or do you feel boxed into this thing?
You're trying to get me on this question.
Answer the question. You had no problem answering it earlier.
Be good faith and charitable, and just answer the question. If it makes your argument nonsense, then you can adjust accordingly.
Are you trying to say that I'm
quit
the
dodging.
one that's failing to be charitable? You're the one.
Yes.
You guys are the ones that
Mega terrified of being honest.
Yeah. So, Mike, what just happened is that you just.
How was I dishonest? How was I dishonest here?
I'll explain it to you. What just happened is you just agreed to two pretty agreeable propositions. And then you realized when Ian asked a third proposition which also super agreeable, you realized that those three things together would disprove or at least give evidence against your worldview. So now instead of just honestly answering the question and then reevaluating your worldview, you are instead being cagey and dodging so that you don't have to get forced into the trichotomy that you just agreed to. That's dishonest.
No, what I'm saying to you is that I'm realizing that I made a mistake when I agreed to the first thing.
So you do think atemporal facts change?
Atemporal facts. I'm not saying atemporal facts change, but I'm saying that maybe it's the second one you were saying. The second one was there's an atemporal fact that time existed.
That time does not exist.
Or that time did not exist, right? And then it exists.
Is that yeah? So which one do you disagree with?
I'm saying that that's like an incomplete articulation of the fact. The fact is that time exists I don't know. It's hard to explain this.
Why is Chumley from Pawn Stars engaging in sophistry with me right now?
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
Okay, I think I'll walk through the premises again. Tell me which of these things you disagree with. We have atemporal facts don't change. In the state of affairs where God exists alone, time does not exist. In that state of affairs, the fact that time does not exist is an atemporal fact. Therefore, time does not exist would just be an unchanging atemporal fact.
When time is created, it's an atemporal fact that time has a moment of creation. That's the atemporal fact. And so there's some kind of atemporal reality outside of that.
How is that an atemporal fact? It sounds like you're telling me that there's a moment in an atemporal setting.
Yeah, there's no.
That's a direct contradiction. There are no moments in an atemporal setting.
No, the moment is a fact. There's a fact about it's a proposition. It's not the fact itself. The moment doesn't exist itself. But the atemporal fact is that time begins at a certain moment.
At a certain what?
A certain moment.
So you're telling me that there's an atemporal fact that X begins at a certain moment? There are no moments in an atemporal reality. So the fact reality is vacuously true.
No, it has.
Sorry, the fact is vacuously false, rather.
The proposition can exist outside of time.
Well, that's debatable. But I mean, the point is that when we say an atemporal fact, what we mean is a fact that is true, absent time.
Yeah, the atemporal fact can exist outside of time. The atemporal fact about time can exist outside of time.
Okay, so when we say a fact is atemporal, what that means is that there's a state of affairs where there is no time, and the fact is true. That's what an atemporal fact being true means. So what is the atemporal fact that you think, what is the atemporal fact that you think we're talking about here?
The beginning of time. Or no, the notion that time begins.
Give it to me as a proposition.
At specific moments. You're suggesting that time begins at a specific moment, or I'm suggesting.
Okay, so your proposed atemporal fact is time begins at a specific moment, right? So your claim is that absent time, there is a fact of the matter, a proposition, if you will, that is true, namely that time begins at a moment. At a specific moment. Is that the claim?
Yeah.
Now, okay, great. So now, to be clear, you also believe that that there is a state of affairs where God exists absent everything, absent time, absent space.
Yeah.
Okay, so we agree that that's the case. Now, in that state of affairs, are there any moments?
In an atemporal state of affairs, are there any moments? No.
Right. Okay. So then, to what does the proposition "time begins at a moment" refer to?
It refers to the moment at the beginning of time.
There is no moment. There are no moments.
Time there is no. They can still be aware of the notion of a moment.
There are no moments. There are no moments that exist.
No, it will though, or it can. Or
what do you mean it will?
Will is a time word.
Okay, well, will is a time word. Yes, that's true. So it can. That's notion.
Wait a minute, but I thought that we agreed that. I thought so. So you're telling me that there are things that are there are states of affairs that are atemporal, but those states of affairs can change.
I didn't say that.
Well, if something can exist while it doesn't exist, then that would imply a change.
No. There's this thing, time, which but it can begin. And so that first atemporal effect will create, or the first atemporal cause will create this temporal.
What do you mean
effect.
First?
Well, first within time.
But there is no time. In the atemporal state of affairs, there is no time, right?
Well, in the atemporal state of affairs, there will be this atemporal cause that will create an effect.
So you say those words, but it's not clear what any of them mean in that order. Because
we agree. We have to speak because we human beings and logic relies on this teleological framework. This idea that we have this
that's a strange
before and
claim.
After thing.
That's not what teleological means.
Our brains require this kind of reasoning. That's why we speak like this.
So
but the idea that these things could happen, or that time itself relies on, or that the notion that atemporality can have some kind of first beginning of time, that it can be.
It just seems like you're doing Simone Biles levels gymnastics in order to try to make sense of this nonsensical worldview that you hold.
I'm not doing that at all.
It's silly to me too, because the God that this guy believes in absolutely says that he's in time in the Bible.
Yeah,
What's the contradiction that I
arguing
caused?
for God he doesn't even believe in?
Yeah, that's the norm. The P, not P. The P is, in an atemporal state of affairs, nothing happens. Happening is a change. Whereas the not P is, in an atemporal state of affairs, something happens, i.e., time begins.
Mm-hmm.
That's the P, not P. So you're saying that you're affirming on the one hand that nothing can happen because you can't have change in an atemporal state of affairs. On the other hand, you're saying that there is change. Something did happen.
Yeah, but it's the first temporal moment. It's the first temporal moment.
So do you agree that in an atemporal state of affairs, nothing can happen?
No, I don't agree that.
Okay, what does it mean for something to happen?
Something is cause and effect. Cause and effect.
So you think that in an atemporal state of affairs, for example, just to kind of step away from the universe idea, do you think that you believe that God existed atemporally, completely alone? There was some state of affairs where God existed completely alone atemporally, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does it make sense to you that God could completely atemporally create an atemporal duck, and so then it would be God and the duck exist otherwise alone, atemporally?
No, I don't.
Okay, what's the issue with that?
Because ducks are time-bound creatures.
Well, the universe is a time-bound thing too.
Yes, so when he created time, he created things that are time-bound.
Wait a minute. So why couldn't he just create an atemporal duck?
Because ducks are by their nature time-bound.
But this is a special duck. It's an atemporal one.
Yeah, you're just being silly now. Like nothing you guys have said.
Yeah, he's done engaging.
Look. If you don't want to engage with that because you don't have an imagination, can he create a square?
Can he create a square?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm not sure if squares are.
Can he create the number 12?
I don't think the number 12 is actually a created thing or an existent thing.
God can't create the number 12.
It's a notion. It's not something that can be created. It's like a notion. It's like an idea.
Can God create space? Atemporally.
Space. Can God create space atemporally?
Yeah.
I don't know. At what point are you guys going to disprove God?
We've already disproven him.
Cool dog. Answer the questions, come back.
Anything like that?
Amazing.
Why are you calling me
Answer the question.
Inability to actually engage in the argumentation's wild. Are we done with this?
What was your question?
Clown, or what are we doing here?
No, I'm having a blast, dude. I love this guy.
Okay.
Can God create space atemporally so that it's not just God existing alone anymore? Now it's God existing in space atemporally. Or with space.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Okay. It seems that you are happy to say I don't know about things that are not related to your theology, but you're not happy to say I don't know about things that are related to your theology.
Yeah, because if things
seems like you're doing some kind of epistemological special pleading.
Why should I know something like that? Whether God could create
because
space?
You're fine with God creating basically anything else.
Yeah, space.
You're fine with God creating a universe.
Well, space needs to be time bound as well. Like
no, it doesn't.
Space exists within time.
That's not like a property of space. You can have space without time.
How do you know that? Where could space exist without
in the
time?
definition of space, there is no time involved. Space is just location.
Where has space existed without time?
Where has space existed without time?
Yeah.
That's like a category error of a question.
Where has space existed?
Space doesn't exist in a where.
What?
Space doesn't exist at a place.
Space isn't in a place? Where's space?
No, space is not at a place. Space is places.
Space is a place. It has places.
Space is places.
It has locations.
Without space, there are no places.
It occurs in places.
Wow, this is like Dr. Seuss level argumentation.
No, you're the one being confused here, right? You don't even know.
Oh, I can assure you, I'm not confused about space and time.
No, you're very confused. You try to say space.
had I
There's this
considered
place.
that,
There's space that exists without time.
That's wild.
yeah,
Where's
you can
that?
have space existing without time. There's
Hey,
no issue.
Where is that?
hey,
Where
Mike.
is that?
Mike, can you? You know what, Mike? You can't see the screen. I apologize. You know the person you're talking to is called Dr. Blitz, right?
I don't care, man.
Okay, so
Like,
do you want to know what his doctorate is in?
Who cares?
It's in,
the word space.
It's in physics.
The word space, it requires time to exist.
No, it doesn't.
Where is there space that doesn't have time? Where's
the God that exists without time? Like,
no, well,
is this the level of argumentation that we're doing?
God by definition,
it certainly is.
Space by definition. Space by definition.
Yeah, space by definition does not require time.
Define a place where. Well, define space. Define space then.
Space is the collection of locations.
Okay, where's there a location without time?
It's just by definition. You can have location by definition is timeless.
Location without definition is timeless.
Location is importantly, location doesn't include time.
Where is there a location without time?
Where is there a location without time? What does that question mean?
Name one location without time.
Oh, can you name one being without time?
Yeah, God.
Okay, then I can name one space without location. Space.
No, where is that?
Yeah, where's the God?
Same place your God is.
Yeah.
The God is everywhere, though.
Oh, I thought that there was no space.
You guys still have a dispute.
Everywhere.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, God is everywhere? Sorry, do you think
no argument, dude?
Do you think that God changed when the state of affairs changed from God existing alone to God existing with the universe? Did the place that God was located change? Did God change from being not omnipresent to the universe to being omnipresent to the universe? Or was God omnipresent to the universe, you know, in the state of affairs where God existed alone?
It doesn't happen in a moment, like in a time. It's like in an event. It happens.
Did God change to being omnipresent with the universe?
Did God change? No, that doesn't change him. That doesn't change his nature, right? So
I'm asking you, did God change to being omnipresent with the universe?
Yeah, so maybe I can help. Maybe I can help explain this a little better. God's existence sans creation. Where was he?
Where was he?
Yeah. There's a right answer.
I'm not sure where has a actual.
Yeah, exactly. He wasn't anywhere because there were no wheres. There were no places, right? So God did not have the omnipresent property because there were no locations to be. After creation of the universe, however, there are now creations to be, and so God is in all of them. So it sounds like he went from being nowhere to being everywhere.
That also it doesn't involve like a change in terms of like his nature or anything. It's just a change in terms of like the situation. It's a change that occurs in the universe, not really in him.
Look, you could say the exact same thing about God. Like you wouldn't say that God could go from not hungry to hungry just because time has passed.
I don't know. That's just a weird, meaningless question that has no...
Yeah, it's a weird, meaningless question. Yeah, why haven't you guys disproved God? That's a weird, meaningless question. I'm not going to answer that question.
He doesn't have hunger. He doesn't have time passing. He doesn't have.
Oh, he doesn't have hunger. Does he not have a will?
He doesn't have hunger. Why does will have to do with hunger?
A hunger for things to happen. Obviously.
That's not what a will is.
Wait, does God have a will?
That's exactly what a will is.
No, it isn't.
It's a desire.
You don't know what a will is.
It's a desire.
Will
does God have one?
God has a will, yes.
Okay, very good. And Blitz, what was your next?
I mean, it's clear that he has a desire, so he has hunger. Hunger is a word for desire.
I agree.
Right?
No, but his will is different than our will. It's not like our
What's
will.
different?
Just like how his atemporal changes are different from our atemporal changes, and his cause and effects are different from our cause and effects, and his logic is different from our logic.
No, it's identical. It's different than, because this is the thing. God is different than humans, right? Like human creatures.
So are elephants.
No, again, just being silly and not understanding the
so
question,
is the life-granting unicorn.
Philosophical discussion.
Like, if we're just
Ridiculous.
inventing something that's different, we can do that too. That's the point. You can invent anything you want to and just say that it's different. That doesn't go anywhere towards proving it.
No, we're not inventing it. No, you're the one that's
invented
proving
God.
he doesn't exist.
You've
You're
invented
the one
God.
who's trying to prove
Yeah, we've
he
already
doesn't
proven
exist.
that.
You
We've already arrived at a
anything of the
contradiction.
kind.
You think that there was
How
a
have you
timeless
proven it?
reality that is both changing and unchanging. That's a contradiction.
I never said that.
So does timeless reality change?
Timeless reality doesn't change.
It
It's
doesn't
just
change. Okay. In the state of affairs where God existed alone, did that reality change to God existing with the universe? Or does God still exist alone?
It doesn't. This is something that happens. It's something that
the universe
something
existing didn't happen. The universe beginning to exist didn't happen. Got it.
It didn't happen.
I'm glad we agree. The universe is eternal.
no, because the beginning of the creation was like something. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It doesn't.
Yeah, I bet
happen in
it
the
is hard to
sense of
explain
an
things that don't
event.
make any sense.
Yeah.
No, it makes perfect sense. It just doesn't. It doesn't make sense in our minds because.
Can you
we're
imagine saying it
time
makes
bound.
perfect sense in this conversation?
No, listen, dude. It's not an event that one event produces another event. It's like he's the God. He's the grounding, the causation, the sustaining cause of everything, right? So
Cause
You
is
just
our own time.
completely changed your ontology of God, by the way.
Itself. No, I didn't. That's the whole
Yeah, you
ontology
did.
I've always had. What are you
You've
talking
literally never said the words grounding or he is existence itself in this conversation up until now.
Well, that's always been the argument. The argument for continuity.
Well, then
has
God
always
didn't
been that.
create the universe. God merely grounds the universe.
Yeah, but that's what creation is.
No, that's not what the word means.
We understand it as an event.
You said it was causal. Grounding's not causal.
Grounding's causal.
Grounding is not causal. Find me one single philosopher that would describe grounding as being causal. One single one.
He's grounding causation itself.
Yep. I wouldn't want to attempt to engage with that question either. Typically, grounding is metaphysical determination, and it's distinctly non-causal.
Grounding is he is the ground of causation itself.
That's cool. That just means that he didn't cause it.
No, he did cause it because
How could he cause something if causation? Wait, are you saying that he caused cause itself to start?
He's a grounding causation.
Did God cause itself?
He grounded it.
Okay, so he didn't cause it.
But he grounds causation.
Okay,
And then
yeah.
causation is something that he causes as well.
He caused causation?
He was the
How can you cause something if causation doesn't yet exist?
No, I think grounding and causation are related, you know?
Well, both of them are arguably a form of ontological dependence, but they're distinctly different insofar as you probably want to say that causation is like physical determination or like temporal determination, whereas grounding is metaphysical determination. Grounding is explicitly non-causal.
It's also generally non-temporal, right?
I mean, arguably.
I guess that you could have physical groundings that are temporal, but the temporal nature isn't related to the fact that they're grounding the thing.
Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah.
So the thing is, God is like, causation is this feature of the created reality, and God is like grounding all creation.
Yeah, so God didn't cause all creation because causation is a part. God didn't cause all of reality because causation is a part of reality.
No, I'm saying that causation itself is part of that creation that he grounded. You know, it's just part of it. It's part of the mechanisms of it. You know.
No, I don't know.
Okay, well, that's
how
what,
could he
that's what I'm saying.
cause? How could he cause anything if causation didn't exist?
Because he grounds all things, right? Which includes causation.
But he didn't cause it.
He grounds it, and then causation is something that leads from his grounding in all creation.
Okay, so he doesn't cause it.
Does he cause it? Causation? I don't know. He grounds causation. It's weird.
Okay, but to be clear, you're saying that he doesn't cause the universe, he grounds it.
He grounds it and causes the universe, yes.
But I thought you said causation was a part of the universe.
Causation. Yeah, he grounds and causes the universe, yeah. He causes it and grounds it.
You keep saying yeah as if we're agreeing with you, but then you just say the thing that we disagree with.
This guy can't stop like walking into contradictions.
What did I contradict myself?
Because you said that causation is a part of the universe, but also that God caused the universe. So causation exists ontologically prior to causation existing.
No, I'm saying that it's causation. He grounds all creation, and causation is part of that grounding. So he's both grounding and causing all things.
Including causation. He's causing causation.
Causation is a thing that leads from his grounding.
Is he grounding or is he causing?
He grounds causation, and then that leads to the causation of everything else.
Okay, so he is causing. He's not just grounding.
Okay.
Okay. Gosh, I'm glad that we got that confusion sorted out.
Yeah, I was really worried for a moment there.
Yeah.
That, we might be.
Yeah, that was super unclear. But I mean, we've already arrived at the contradiction in your view. So, do you have anything else?
We've kind of run the course here.
Before
we move on
the contradiction is that the unchanging, timeless state changed. Is the contradiction?
No, it didn't. Where did you prove that?
So it's still timeless. Time doesn't exist.
How long do you want to stay on the merry-go-round?
In the timeless state, time doesn't exist.
Yeah, he's
it's an
never
unchanging state. Therefore, time still doesn't exist.
You guys are the ones that don't get it. You've never proven one thing.
Yep, we don't get it. You're right. Thanks for convincing us, Mike. Have a good one.
Hey, before we move on, can you read one Bible verse with me?
Nah, I don't think so.
You're terrified of the Bible?
Why can't you guys prove? Why can't you guys?
They never want to actually talk about the Bible. All I want to do is read one. I don't even need you to explain it. I just want to read one verse with you. Are you willing to do that?
Or something, some foolishness.
Are you willing?
Why can't you just prove the God?
Mike, you said you were a Christian. You want to read one verse with me?
Can you prove God doesn't exist or not?
So what I'm going to do is demonstrate to you that the God that you supposedly believe in is not the God of the Bible. Either you can engage with me or you cannot engage with me. Which one is it going to be?
Prove it. Can you prove that God?
Which one is it going to be, Mike?
Can you prove?
Which one is it going to be, Mike?
So you can't do it.
Which one's it going to be? I'll just do it. I'll just do it for you. Exodus 33 verse 5. God is mad at the Israelites. And he says, "You are a stiff-necked people. For a single moment, I should go up among you. I would consume you. So now take off your ornaments, and I will decide what to do to you."
What is kind of sexy?
I know, right? What does God mean when he says, "I will decide"?
I'm no Bible scholar, but it sounds like he hasn't made a decision yet.
It sounds like God's not all-knowing there.
It's anthropomorphism.
So now words don't mean words. Why would I accept that this is anthropomorphism? Why would God talk about himself in anthropomorphic language? Why wouldn't he just say what he means?
Because he's talking to humans?
What a liar. He doesn't have to say that to humans. He could literally just say, "I'll tell you later what I'm going to do to you." But he doesn't say that. What he says is, "I need to decide what to do with you." And now you're going to retreat into lies about anthropomorphism. Why would I accept that this is an anthropomorphism.
Because that's obviously that's what it
No,
is.
it's
Because if
obviously
it's not, it
not.
destroys his
It's just-
worldview.
It's obvious.
Because if it means what it says, my worldview is trash. All right, we're done here. That's all we needed.
We are indeed done here.
All right, let's grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Next in line was, the person that was next in line dropped. Okay, then. Next in line looks like it's Brenda Debates then. That's a shame. They were in the queue for like a half hour, maybe even longer than they dropped.
Brenda Debates is a friendly, I think.
Oh, well, maybe we'll do Amber then. Neck2, thank you for the 666. Says, didn't Gretchen Z start a YouTube channel too? I thought it was TikTok under Boots89 or something.
No one knows.
Does anyone know what her channel name is? I'm pretty sure it was. If it's on YouTube, I apologize. I don't know if the YouTube handle's the same, but the TikTok handle is Boots98C. You can check YouTube for it. Google at Boots98C on YouTube to see if it comes up. But yeah, definitely follow Gretchen. And Logical Apostate says, I think it's very possible that you've a team. You mean you have a team of 3 people that are very literal, too smart for your interlocutors to engage. JMO. I mean, I don't know if that's the case. There probably are some really smart interlocutors that can come up and do really well. I think the problem is we just get the ones that are like Sunday morning drunk that want to call in, which is,
Yeah. Well, that might be even like a fair point. I've been thinking about this, that I do feel like my arguments over the time period where I've been doing this have definitely gotten like a lot more sophisticated. And sometimes I wonder if I should just have like some goo goo gaga arguments in the back pocket.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is like the problem of evil is like a goo goo gaga argument in that like everybody gets it. You can just be like, why does God let rape happen?
Right. Right. Yeah.
You can just say that over and over again, and then they'll be like, free will, fall, and like, that's like a goo goo gaga argument that you can offer.
It's fun to watch too. Side, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, are you doing a Q&A tonight? I am. Yeah, later tonight I'll be running a Q&A, and then Monday I'll be running the new topic, God is in the Epstein Files. Beard of Empathy.
That's exceptionally funny, by the way.
It's fucking true, too. Beard of Empathy, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, wow, was there a party somewhere? These callers today seem euphoric, shall we say. Shameless self-promotion. The Beard of Empathy. Yeah, actually, you don't have to be ashamed of it at all. Be completely shameless. I'll promote you. The Beard of Empathy. Ask a Therapist live today at 4 p.m. Big W. Bearded is, if I remember, is an actual licensed therapist. So,
nice.
For sure. Yeah. Big W. Thanks for letting us know. And Jim, thank you for the follow-up $10 super chat. It says, J-Dog, I rarely do follow-up questions, but I feel you did not understand my Raven Gate Noah dilemma in Genesis 8:6-7. With only one raven left, how are there ravens? Ian and Blitz, solid. Rock hard for that. Well, Jim, first of all, there seems to be probably 2 ravens on the boat, right? Because they came in pairs.
Doesn't he release 2 ravens, though?
No. The first raven he releases and it comes back. And then after that, he releases a dove. He does release a series of birds in Genesis 8. But he only once was it a raven. So if you go to verse 6-7, it says, at the end of 40 days, Noah opened a window of the ark that he made, and he sent out the raven, and it went to and fro until the waters were dried up on the earth. But he had a pair of ravens. He had 2 of them on the boat. And it says he sent out the dove after that, right? Most likely the raven came back. That's my reading of it. It wasn't until the last dove didn't come back that he knew that there was some dryness out there for the bird to survive. That's why it says in verse 12, then he waited another 7 days and sent out the dove, and it did not return to him anymore. So the goal is to send out birds until the birds don't come back, because then that's a sign that there's dry land. So he sent out one of his 2 ravens, and it came back. I don't think it's implying that the raven went out there and died. Also, MILF Wrangler, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, oh, we have got to unite to start building bridges for these poor trolls, losing their natural habitat like that and forcing them to become an invasive species is so bad. They kind of are. That last guy certainly might be the case. Opto, hey, thanks for the $10 super chat. Says, this super chat is sufficiently insufficient evidence that I myself am eternally creating super chats. True. W. Last super chat for now from Andre, there we go. Sorry about that. Andre, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Ian's argument about God's knowledge of existing without the universe existing breaks down because it ignores he'd also know he's going to create the universe and know it exists after being created.
Nope. So the reason why this doesn't help is because probably you want to say that if God's all-knowing, presumably one of the things that he knows is the state of existence, the state of affairs in which he is at. He needs to know, I am in the state of affairs where I exist alone. Otherwise, he's not all-knowing. There's like a fact that's true that God has no access to. And also saying, like, the knowledge that he is going to do something actually entails the fact that he hasn't yet done it. What that indicates is that that isn't a solution at all, because that would indicate that God does know that the universe doesn't exist. If he knows that he's going to do it, it means he hasn't yet done it, so it doesn't yet exist. So I think the argument gets around this like perfectly fine.
Fair enough. All right, friends, let's get Amber in here from the TikTok queue, and then we'll move back to our YouTube queue. Maybe. I'm getting the loading screen, but no actual connection yet.
Whimsical.
Okay. So I don't think Amber's going to load, so we'll pop you back down there, Amber. Come back if your connection clears up, and we'll try to get things rolling here. Okay. We've got Yasin next in line. Hope I pronounced that correctly. How you doing, Yasin?
So I don't think Amber's going to load. So
Yasin, I can hear myself talking through your equipment.
We'll try to get things
Yasin?
rolling here. Okay.
Okay, we'll just hang up on Yasin, and we'll move on to Jan. Welcome in, Jan.
Hello. Hey, hello.
How you doing, Jan?
Well, I'm fine. Thank you very much for inviting me. Because I was trying to get on the show yesterday, but I just couldn't. Just wasn't.
Sure.
This is just first time for me. I'm not religious, so the thing is, I'm just.
Wait. Yeah. Do you believe in God?
Do you know what? I used to be so dogmatic, but
Okay,
not
so you're
anymore.
an atheist?
Do you know what? Atheist? Yeah.
Cool. Well, welcome to the club. We're glad that you're an atheist, but we're just doing debates, not a chit chat. Thanks for coming by, though. Appreciate you. Okay, let's get Perry in here. Welcome in, Perry.
Hello.
Perry, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am 18. No, I don't believe in God, but I just wanted to ask a couple questions.
Sorry.
That was
just a debate. Sorry, we don't do this. Not a chit chat. We're just doing debates here, friends. Thank you, though. We got one, actually two other people that just joined up. Let's see if one of them is an actual opposition. How you doing, Madeline?
Hi.
How you doing?
Howdy.
I'm fine. I just want to listen to the person who is doing mathematics and physics right now.
Oh, you can do that without requesting up. Are you a believer?
What do you mean if I'm a believer? I believe in science and I believe
in God.
proof. If I
You
believe
believe
in
in
God,
God.
I'm gonna tell you one thing.
No, we're just
Could
not
you
gonna
tell us
do
what your
that.
answer is?
Nah, she's not gonna give us an answer. All right then. We'll move on and we'll grab Allie from the queue next. We'll give him just a second to load up. Allie, your battery says it's about to die. Please plug in your phone. We'll give you a minute to find a charger and plug it in so it doesn't die mid conversation. I'm gonna read a couple super chats while you're hopefully finding a charger for your phone. Egg-Zack says, I posit Mike's God is a 12-pack. Yeah, that's for sure. I refuse to believe that. Oh, Allie did get the phone plugged in. Excellent. Jeffrey, Jeffro Bibby, thank you for the super chat. Says, correction, Ian, not blood. Too much of the blunt of Christ. That I couldn't make up my mind which direction he was. Actually, I didn't know if he was. But that's a fair critique. And the Kenneth, thank you for the super chat, says, isn't it simpler to say outside of space-time equals exists nowhere at no time? I could agree with that. What's the distinction?
That's fine. Yeah. Although I do think people take that to mean like, therefore no God. I just don't think that follows.
Yeah.
Right, that's the issue.
Yeah. What's the distinction between between that and something that doesn't exist? I would be curious to hear a guest tell me, what does it mean to not exist? And I bet if you do it at the beginning of the conversation, they'll describe exactly what their God is. But could be wrong. I haven't tried it before. Jeffro Bibby, thank you for the follow-up. Says, I need this merch. Premise 1, words don't mean words. Premise 2, nuh-uh. Conclusion, God exists. That's a real argument deployed by many of the believers that we see in this live stream. It's powerful. And Catholic Thinker, thank you for the super chat, says, love that I could help Ian with their argument.
Yeah.
Which are? Oh, W.
Yeah. A Catholic Thinker has helped me think through the creation argument and like God's knowledge changing.
And one more super chat from Eric. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, premise 1, if God isn't real, I will be sad. Premise 2, I did not want to be sad. Conclusion, therefore, in order for me to not be sad, God is real. That's a strong argument, actually.
It's very strong.
Yeah, I might have to use that one. Okay, let's get Allie in here. Now the phone is plugged in, and we'll hopefully have some conversation. How you doing, Allie?
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Allie, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, definitely. I'm 22, and I do believe in God, yes.
Okay. And is it any particular God? Do you believe in the Christian God or the Islamic God? Or
Islamic God, it's the Islamic God.
Gotcha.
Okay.
What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the God existing?
So, the only good argument that I have left, because I've been doubting for some time, and I got a lot of talking points crushed lately by some friends of mine.
It happens. Totally normal for a man your age.
They also sent me here. They say, you guys do this professionally, apparently.
Well, I don't know if we would call ourselves professionals, but we do. We do it. That's true.
He sent me to you. He said specifically, you guys do this.
Whoa, we're getting referrals. That's so cool.
Yeah. So the only good argument I have left is that there's some stuff about the Quran that I cannot explain. But I guess, so my experience is like this. The last 1 or 2 years I've been out of home, and every argument I had started to crumble. And right now the only thing I have left is that the Quran does not seem to be made by a human or by anybody who speaks like this. Or
oh boy.
Well, that's really surprising to me, because reading through the Quran, there's one thing that's like very striking about it, which is just like, it seems like Allah cares a whole awful lot about the Prophet's personal life. Wouldn't you agree? Like, he has like the verses in there about like, don't. It's like a Family Guy skit. It's like, I'm getting revelation from Allah. You can't hang out at my house for too long. I need you gone. Or I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Allah needs you gone by like 6 p.m. I don't know. It's just like,
seems silly.
Yeah. It's not that, I don't want to say that it's like silly, but it's like, the best explanation just seems to be that it was like written by Muhammad, right? That it's weird that Allah takes so much interest in Muhammad's personal life. That so much of like the decrees are about Muhammad's personal life.
Yeah, the thing is he's like all over everything basically. So there's no aspect of my life where I don't have to like impersonate him. You know what I mean? Where I have to like try to do the way he did it. I think you guys know it's called sunnah, like trying to do the same.
Don't know that.
Yeah. So basically, there's a drive in being a Muslim where you try to be as much as this guy as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you mean as much as Muhammad as possible? Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And so is the claim that God is really interested in his personal life so that you can see examples of how you should behave?
Because he's like supposed to be the perfect specimen of a human or something.
Well, can I just like read this verse, like put into perspective what I'm talking about? Oh, believers. Oh, sorry. This is 33:53, by the way. Oh, believers, do not enter the home of the prophet without permission. And if invited for a meal, do not come too early and linger until the meal is ready. But if you are invited, then enter on time. Once you have eaten, then go on your way and do not stay for casual talk. Such behavior is truly annoying to the prophet. Yet he is too shy to ask you to leave. But Allah is never shy of the truth. And when you believers ask his wives for something, ask them from behind a barrier. This is pure for your hearts and theirs, and is not right for you to annoy the messenger of Allah. Not ever marry his wives after him. This would certainly be a major offense to the sight of Allah. That's like, come on, like, what are we doing? Like, this just sounds like it was written by the it sounds like it was written by the prophet.
It does. So I do have a problem with the prophet anyway, so that's a big deal for me.
Okay.
Because I have read a lot of the hadiths, and I've stumbled over stuff that I'm not sure if even I was supposed to read it, because he was behaving really badly. He was like cursing out.
Are these the satanic verses or something? Or I know that's a thing.
Satanic
verses?
verses?
These are hadiths. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was confused.
Exactly. Yeah, I read hadiths. And he was cursing out, I think, a girl without parents. How's that called again?
Like a widow? Oh,
Like
sorry, or an orphan.
An orphan, yes. I think he was cursing out an orphan for some reason. I'm not sure. And then Allah said though that basically cursing them, when you get cursed by the prophet, it's like good for you.
That's crazy.
That's strange.
It's good for the prophet to curse
that's a
you
little
out.
bit sus.
Sorry?
We're just saying that's wild.
You haven't heard about this one?
No?
I sadly I don't remember in which book it was. I think it was in Sahih al-Bukhari, but I can't really remember. And there's a few stuff like this where there's some super strange behavior. So really I was still a Muslim following the Quran, but I don't really follow Muhammad that way.
I get it. So,
Sure.
Let me ask you a question. It sounds like you're only like loosely holding on to this religion, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out why. There's no good reason to hold on to this. Like, you remind me of myself when I was like a deconstructed Christian. Like, I was kind of holding on to it because it's what I grew up with, it's what I knew, it's what was comfortable, but I didn't really believe most of the nonsense, right? And it took me time to get into the mindset of like, okay, you can just walk away from the nonsense. Why are you? What are you clinging on to? It can't be the Quran. The Quran is full of like scientific inaccuracies. It says that there's like stars in the lowest orbit around the Earth. It talks about the moon and the sun orbiting. The moon and the sun don't orbit. Semen come from between the backbone and the ribs, and says that women's minds are faulty, so you need 2 equal to 1 man for signing contracts, lest one forgets. But science has proven that women actually have better memories than men. So like there's so many problems with the Quran. I'm just like, how could the Quran be the thing keeping you in this religion?
I'm not sure actually when you say it like this, because you know when we talk about the Quran, it's always like put in this light of perfection. So even the idea that something's wrong about it is difficult to process for me. Like I always try to find a different explanation why we just don't get what it's saying or something.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean,
also I'm very afraid in a way to fucking go wrong, you know? And
right, you're afraid of possibly going to hell. You're afraid of being
Yeah.
labeled an apostate. I get all that. That's terrifying.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm not sure if this is like radical or something, but I was shown very, very graphic stuff pretty early on from what happens to you when you get punished in the grave.
Mhm.
And this basically like completely mangled body of a guy who got buried, and he came back to the surface for reinspection or something 2 days later, and he looked like he got beat up by, I don't know, by giants or something. He was twisted and mangled, his hair turned white and stuff, and this was just a punishment in the grave. And the hell, like, I was told he looked like this because he saw hell. He just looked at it for a second, and that's what happened to him. So I'm really afraid to fucking, you know, even yeah.
So the problem is, like, you're afraid because you still believe it. So like there's some part of you that still believes it. Eventually you'll get to a point where you don't believe it at all, and then the fear of hell or punishment isn't going to be like a driving factor. But that takes time. There's not like an immediate fix for that. It just takes time, thinking about it, reading the text, talking to others about it, and eventually your brain will slowly get used to the idea to where it's not so much of a problem. But from a purely like empirical point of view, it sounds like you are aware of the problems. You haven't fully dealt with the mental and emotional ramifications of your findings, and that does take a little bit of time.
I guess I'm fucked now.
You should.
I don't know if person is even allowed. I'm sorry if it's not.
That's okay. You should join our Discord, and also you might want to connect with a therapist because they'll help you work through some of these thoughts.
Because now it's like you lose the ground under your feet, kind of in a way, no?
Yeah. Yep. When you lose your religion in this particular way, it can be very destabilizing, and it takes a little bit to figure things out again.
Yeah, I get that feeling. It starts to feel like this a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been there. It's hard. It really is hard, but you don't have to do it alone. You know, there are people in the community that can help, you know.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
Well, sadly, I have no other proofs.
Right.
So
well,
I don't have any other proofs.
Yeah, and join the Discord. We'll talk offline if we need to, okay?
That's very nice. Thank you very much, guys.
Cheers, friend. Best of luck.
Take care.
Have a good one. Ciao, ciao.
It's a hard place to be in. I remember being in that phase. Okay. Well, friends, I'm going to grab just a couple of super chats, and we're going to get Carson Nordum into the guest box. Hey, G3 Rain says, no time at the event horizon of a black hole. Is that the case?
Relative to someone very, very far away, that is the case. But you have no problem falling through yourself. From your perspective, plenty of time passes.
Okay. And Sir Hulk-a-Lot, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, can we talk more about deconstructing the Bible and its flaws? Well, you're in luck. I do all the time on my stream. On this stream, we engage with the argument that the guest typically brings. So I can't really always direct it towards the Bible if I know they're a Christian. But if that's really the thing you like, that's the thing I do probably the most on my live stream. So you're welcome to come on my live stream and hopefully find some biblical rhetoric being pounded on. Hey, Brenda, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm Brenda Debates, and I just wanted to thank Ian for his defense of the trans issue.
Wholesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't done it in a while, but yeah.
It's been a minute, actually, since either of us have.
Yeah. No,
Once
I'm
upon a
more
time-
focused on theology. But no, I think it's like very important. I just think like the only place that there would be, well, first of all, it's exhausting for me. It's like genuinely exhausting in a way. Like, I think that there's
It's
like
rough.
something like much less serious about like the religious topic.
Because
Yeah,
it
like,
doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah, like if you lose like the religious topic, it's like, okay, like you embarrassed yourself, whatever. But if you lose the trans topic, like, I don't know, these are like real people.
People get hurt.
Yeah. So I take it like very seriously to the point where it's like very tiring to do, but
it can be. The social issues are fun though. Once upon a time, both of us were doing more social issues, and then
all three of us.
Yeah, we got like streamlined into our respective topics, which is fine.
True.
Yeah. W. Brenda. And Daniel Delanoche says, why were there both ravens and doves on the ark? There's no bird kind? I guess I don't know what you mean by why.
This is the whole kinds business, right? But clearly ravens are a different kind of bird than a dove, obviously.
I mean, I think one is clean and one's unclean too. If you go to Leviticus in the clean and unclean animals, was it Leviticus 11?
And by that makes sense, I mean it doesn't make any sense, of course.
Let's see. In Leviticus 11, these are detestable among the birds. They shall not be eaten. They are eagles, vultures, osprey, buzzards, the kite, and every raven of every kind. And then there's more, but the dove is not listed. Dove's not an unclean animal.
Those detestable ravens.
Yeah, that's dirty, rotten ravens.
It just seems so rude, though.
I know, right? Ravens didn't do anything wrong. They're really smart birds. It's a shame. Last super chat from Very Good Wizard said, thank you for the public service. Well, thank you, Very Good Wizard. Appreciate it. Thanks for supporting our public service. Oh, fuck. Our guest left when I was just now reading that chat. Okay. Well, I guess we don't have a guest ready to load up. All right, I'll read. I think I got 3 more super chats. Maybe we'll get a guest here between now and then, and we'll work it out. If you want to join on, and you're watching on YouTube, it's tiny.cc/UA guest. And if you're watching on TikTok, you just got to hit that guest request button. Get in the way that typically you would. And Jay says, if humans stop grape, is that removing free will? I don't think so, actually. In fact, Ian's talked about this a lot. You can just alter somebody's desires the same way God altered. Like we can't do anything we want to. We can't fly. I can't flap my wings and fly. Like God changing your... Yeah. Wait, so what?
Well, I didn't know this about you, Justin. I thought you could.
See, I'm very deceptive. Very deceptive. But like, I mean, if God is deciding what you are physically and chemically able to do, he could just limit you in one particular way so that you couldn't grape somebody, or make it so that you have to have a exchanging of hormones for, sexual unions to take place,
Yeah, definitely.
Or, there's lots of ways God could have done it without intervening on free will, but also God doesn't give a fuck about your free will. The Bible God at least violates your free will all the time. He don't care about that at all. And Kelly, good to see you, friend, says, very enjoyed show. Thanks. Well, thank you, Kelly. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well, friend. And last super chat from Magic Rectangle. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, I'd buy so many call here to prove God stickers. Oh, like an advertisement we can stick over places.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's not bad, actually.
It's a little bit of a silly idea, but it's not a bad idea.
The funny thing with campaigns like that is I feel like there's always a double-edged sword, because while it might bring awareness as well, it might bring some really negative attention, because like, where do you leave them? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then now you're like, you feel like you're like, especially with stickers, because people will peel them and stick them on shit. The only place I would ever put them, I would get a buttload of stickers and have people put them inside of the Gideon Bibles inside of the hotel rooms. That's about it.
That's cruel and unusual.
Thank you for the super chat, Dome. Well, we had it. Toe Muncher was in the box and Toe Muncher left, so I guess Toe Muncher.
Toe Muncher's the banjo guy.
Oh, I keep forgetting about the banjo guy, because the banjo guy doesn't come on my live stream ever.
Ever?
I've never had banjo guy on my.
That's shocking. He's always on my live streams.
Really?
And that's just because like I'm sufficiently bad at remembering his name.
I wonder if it's like a timing thing.
Could be because I'm live in the late evenings. Yeah, it works pretty well with my insomnia.
I wonder what. I don't know, man. TikTok algorithm has been fucked lately.
Yeah, it's all over the place. It's wild, and like it's not like quite a bit of times I've been live and it's not pushing out to any opposition. I'll have like 600 or 700 people in there, and like no opposition on TikTok. I'm just taking people off YouTube the whole night. It's so weird. Speaking of which,
well, yeah, never mind. It's fine.
Speaking of which, coming up, friends, on YouTube very soon in a couple weeks, Dr. Blitz, Ian, and myself are going to be doing a debate on AXP. All three of us are going to be on AXP doing what we do here over there. It's going to be awesome. I'm excited. I think it's
I'm
the
going to be
8th.
taking the scumbag Dr. Blitz to task. he'll rue the day he accepted this debate. No, I'm kidding.
That'd be a lot of fun. All right. Well, we got one guest in our YouTube queue. We'll bring them in. If you want to debate and you're watching on something other than TikTok, you can go to tiny.cc/UA. Guess actually, you know what I could have done? I could have also sent this stream over to Twitch. I didn't do that.
Oh, well. How could you?
Not too late. I can still
not to talk shop, but do your Twitch streams get like enough viewership to like have people call in that way?
It's nearly a waste.
Yeah,
I've never. I don't stream to Twitch. Maybe I should, but I don't.
You'll get. Well, I don't know. I mean, my Twitch streams get like, on a good day, the average is like 40 viewers.
Yeah,
which is like
it's like probably not
it's
worth
like
it.
Good, but it's like, you know, given like the rest of the streams, it's like a drop in the bucket.
I don't know how some of the Twitch streamers got big on Twitch. I don't fully understand it.
I just don't think that anybody watches Twitch anymore.
I've been on Twitch and seen like streams that have like 50,000 people watching. Like, so like I know somebody's there.
So I think that there are a few creators who only stream on Twitch, and so fans of that creator will go watch it, but nobody just like scrolls Twitch to find new people anymore.
True, I believe that. Yeah, and I feel like there's a lot of people streaming games on Twitch. So if you're streaming and you're not gaming on Twitch, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Let's get Sovereign in here. Toe Muncher came back. Toe Muncher, we already know you're the banjo person now, so it's too late. But Sovereign is ready to get in. How you doing, Sovereign?
Hey guys. I'm someone who is in Swaziland. I don't know if you guys know the country. It's a small country in the southern part of Africa. And I've been deconstructing. I think it's been 2 months since I've fully accepted the truth. But I just want you guys to know that the work that you're doing is timeless, paradoxically. And we are very grateful for the three of y'all. I support all three of y'all. I watch your channels like Nickelodeon. And I'm 24 this year.
We appreciate that.
24 a few days ago. And if I was still Christian, I'd say God bless you. But I can't do that anymore.
You cannot.
I just wish you all the best.
Well, thank you. We're glad you were able to leave.
Oh yeah, it was painful. I in fact had to lie to my parents. They still believe I'm a Christian, but that's for their sanity.
Right.
Yeah, that's a normal thing to do.
I get it. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Keep pushing. I love y'all.
Sure thing. Appreciate it. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for being here. Yeah.
W.
Yeah.
Cheers, Sovereign. Cool. Yeah, there is in my family. I have one specific family member that I'm doing what I can to make sure she doesn't know that I'm no longer in the faith, because I know he would be just heartbroken and like didn't have a whole lot of years left. I don't want her going to her grave worrying about my eternal salvation. So I get it. Jay Bandersnatch is coming up next. Bryce Aroni, thank you so much for the $5 per day. It says ravens and crows are the most intelligent animals on the planet, but they eat carrion, therefore unclean compared to doves, which eat seeds. Yeah, I never did dig too much into the clean and unclean birds of the Bible to see if there's a historical reason for it. We actually do get historical reasons for pigs and dogs. If you read the Egyptian and Hittite literature, there's an explanation. In fact, for the pig, they even invented an alternative mythological explanation too. So the Egyptians did give us some information about why these animals are considered unclean, but I don't know much about why the birds would be unclean. I'll have to dig into that one. All right, let's get Jay in here. Welcome in, Jay. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hey, Justin. I am 18. I just sent that super chat about the grape, and I was wondering if I could expand on it. If not, that's cool. You can drop me.
What was? I'm sorry. Let me go back and reread it. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know what the context is.
Oh, the one I said, if humans prevent grape, is that taking away their free will?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I mean, there's a dozen different ways you can do it without intervening on free will.
Sure. So here's what I don't understand. Christians will say that if God prevents stuff, that's removing their free will, and so that's why he doesn't do it. So why should any human prevent anything? Wouldn't that be preventing removing their free will as well?
That is the question, and they don't have a good answer for it.
All right, because in my perspective, any being who sees evil happening, can prevent evil from happening, and does nothing is evil.
Well, yeah.
We'd probably agree.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I just wanted to expand on why I sent that. I'm an atheist, and so I know that I'm part of your team, so you can probably drop me if you want.
Off you go.
Well, thanks so much.
Off I go.
Cheers, buddy.
Okay, bye, guys.
A lot of atheists out this morning. Hey, everyone coming in from Mezzo's live stream. Welcome. Really appreciate you being here. Looks like Mezzo ended his Sunday. I thought Mezzo was going live later today, or maybe it was just a video, not a live stream, where he's dropping all of his dong videos. I'll have to check that out sometime later. Okay. Well, we got 2 super chats. Let's read them. Friends, since we kind of low on guests today, if you have a question, now's a great time to super chat us questions if you want an answer. Simeon says, y'all would be surprised the just chatting or IRL section of Twitch is really popular. It is. It's much more than gaming nowadays. So you're saying there's a lot of people on Twitch that are just like doing camera chat rooms, basically? Is that what they're doing?
So just chatting and IRL is it's like debates and news and stuff like that.
So it's like a morning talk show or something where they're going over stuff.
It's just anybody, like any of the streamers that are like Hassan, for example, would be an example of somebody who does just chatting, right?
Okay.
So
I've seen that before on who am I thinking of? One of the political live streamers. He goes live often and he'll say just chatting. I forget his name though. It's not Vaush. It's someone else. Fuck. Oh well. Brain fart.
You mean Destiny?
Destiny does that, yeah.
Destiny's not allowed on Twitch though, is he?
No, he's banned.
Oh, he got banned from Twitch. No way.
Yeah, he got banned a while ago from Twitch.
What did he do?
So
I can't even remember. It was in like
by the way,
2022.
just to be clear, I'm just scrolling through just chatting, and like the ones that have a lot of views are just thirst traps.
Yeah, it sounds
common.
Right.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean that's kind of like the meme about Twitch is that there's like an ever evolving meta about how to do like softcore porn on Twitch. That's like kind of the goal is like you're trying to figure out how close can you get to the line in like new innovative ways without like getting
I mean,
banned.
there's the era of hot tub streams,
Yeah.
right? That was the whole thing, and
yeah, I'm not surprised. Doubting Scotty says, wouldn't the Ark have been inundated with birds? Every bird would try to land on it. I mean, theoretically, yeah, if this is a real thing and there was a flood and then there was an Ark and all the birds were like, well, fuck it, I'm going to take to the sky since I can't be on ground. Yeah, the Ark would be literally covered in birds. Like it would have nowhere else to go. Like what are they supposed to do, right? So this is actually a pretty valid point. I've never thought about. This is a good one, actually.
I would think that birds would be able to float.
Certainly, some of them would. Obviously, ducks.
Well, no, that's a good point, Blitz. Because wouldn't they be like super light? Or no?
Yeah, they have to be. I mean, and the way that you figure out if like somebody is a witch is you check to see if they float, because if they float, then they're as light as a bird, and I don't remember how the rest goes.
They've got a super low density bone structure too, so they should float.
Yeah.
Fair point. Fair point. Okay. Let's get Pruna Alexandru Nikolai in here and hopefully get some conversation going. Welcome in, Pruna.
Hello, guys.
Pruna,
Howdy,
are
howdy.
you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 32.
Awesome. And are you a Roman Catholic?
No, I'm Eastern Orthodox.
Gotcha. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for God?
Well, first of all, I would like to ask a question if you don't mind. Do you mind?
I mean, we'd rather you answer our question, but sure.
Okay, no problem. So why do you say that God isn't real? I want each to give an explanation.
They can't help themselves.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I can give an explanation for that. I think that there's a contradiction in having, if God exists, then he would be the creator of time, meaning that he brings time into existence. But in a state of affairs where time doesn't exist, in the state of affairs where God exists alone without creation, well, this would be an unchanging state of affairs because there is no time, which means that there would need to be this unchanging state of affairs that changes, which is a contradiction. So I don't think that time can be created, which is why I don't think that God could exist.
So do you think this universe is timeless? It doesn't have a beginning?
Well, I think it's timed. I think that it just doesn't have a beginning, yeah.
Well, if it doesn't have a beginning, that's also illogical.
Why?
No, not.
Because of how was the second or third law of thermodynamics? What was the name? The one with the chaos. I don't remember the name.
You're muted.
Blitz, your mic is muted. Blitz.
God damn. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. That's the name.
No. It has entropy. Yes, the entropy.
Well, entropy isn't the name of the second law of thermodynamics.
That's what we call what happens on that, and entropy would have happened already if there was no.
Entropy is not a verb.
It's not an event.
And entropy isn't the chaos? The energy. Yes, it is.
Entropy is just colloquially speaking, it's a measure of disorder.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right. So what does it mean for a measure of disorder to happen?
Well, for example, we see that the universe is expanding, yes? This means that there is an energy over there that is in a system, yes? And this energy is in this entropy. But at one time, at one point of time... This energy is in what? This energy would be like in a chaotic state. Right?
Why?
But this is what entropy says.
Entropy, I think that there's some confusion here. Entropy is not like a law. Entropy is just a number that tells you how disorderly a system is.
Yeah, exactly. The disorder, I mean.
So why would the energy be disorderly?
Well, the energy is disorderly because of this law. Of thermodynamics.
There's plenty of energy. There's plenty of energy in the universe that's not disorderly. For example, the energy that we get from the sun is very orderly. It's low entropy.
It's low entropy. It doesn't mean that it has no entropy.
I mean, entropy is always a comparative thing, right? Entropy is not chaos. It's a measure of how disordered a system is. So if you have low entropy, then that means that your system is not disorderly. If you have high entropy, that means that your system is disorderly.
Yeah, and at one point, if the energy is no longer disorderly, from what I've heard from the physicians, this means that the world would cease to exist.
What physicians told you that?
I've checked on
ChatGPT.
Hawkins. No, on Hawkins. On
when would Hawking? I don't think Hawking ever said that if entropy decreased, the world would cease to exist. In fact,
yes,
it's straight up false. It's just not true.
In that one with time, I don't remember exactly the time of the universe or something like that.
Are you talking about this book, A Brief History of Time, that I have right in front of me?
Yeah. I think I've heard.
Okay, so you're saying in this book So you're saying in this book it says, I'm just going to check. I'm going to go to the index. In this book it says that if entropy decreased, then the universe would cease to exist. All right, let's go find entropy. It's on page 106 through 108. Let's go look.
I think so. I don't remember. I read it some time ago.
Yeah, so I'm reading through it. There's a physical quantity called entropy, which measures the degree of disorder of a system. It is a matter of common experience that disorder will tend to increase if things are left to themselves. One can create order out of disorder, but that requires expenditure of effort or energy, and so decrease the amount of ordered energy available. A precise statement, blah 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 blah. I'm just skimming through it for where it says anything about if the entropy decreases.
I think
it doesn't seem like it says it in this book.
It's at some point when he discusses the fact that the Vilenkin theory, that one is the one that he supports.
The Borguth-Vilenkin theorem?
Yeah, that he supports that because he sees the fact that the universe needs to have a beginning. From what I remember, I may be wrong.
There's like no way you read this book, because this book came out before the Borguth-Vilenkin theorem existed. So he couldn't have been writing about it.
It came
before? Okay, this guest read the preprint.
I don't know. I've read it in Romanian a couple of years ago.
Right. But it's not in this. It's not in A Brief History of Time. Now you may have heard of the Borguth-Vilenkin theorem, but from like William Lane Craig or someone like that. But it's not in Stephen Hawking's book, A Brief History of Time, because Stephen Hawking's book, A Brief History of Time, was written 15 years before the Borguth-Vilenkin theorem was developed.
Okay, I think I remember seeing something there. Maybe he has. Does he have like revision stuff?
I have the 10th anniversary edition, which was 5 years before it came out. I don't think that there is a more revised version. We can check, but Stephen Hawking was very old by the time. So there was an illustrated version in 1996. The Borguth-Vilenkin theorem came out in 2003. This is the 10th. I'm holding the 10th anniversary edition. There was an abridged version in 2006, but that is abridged, meaning it doesn't have more stuff. It has less stuff. So it looks like that there wouldn't. I don't own A Briefer History of Time, but I'm just going to take a venture and suggest that probably doesn't have it in it either. But we can check if you want.
Yeah, I think I remember Hawkins mentioning this one.
I would be very, very skeptical of that. But regardless, the Borguth-Vilenkin theorem has nothing to do with entropy.
No. I mean that the fact that he says that because of that, he also is in accord with what they are saying in the fact that the universe has a beginning.
Yeah, Stephen Hawking thought that the universe had a beginning. That's true.
Yeah, and
but that doesn't mean that doesn't mean it's true that the universe had a beginning, right?
Yeah, I know.
This physicist thought that it did.
No, what I said is the fact that he mentioned Vilenkin and Gurt theory by his view of the fact that the universe has a beginning. From what I remember, I may be wrong.
Yes, so that's true. That I would believe it. By the way, I just found a copy of A Briefer History of Time, and Bordguth-Vilenkin isn't found in it anywhere. So it's not mentioned in any of his books. That said, I wouldn't be surprised if Stephen Hawking has mentioned the Bordguth-Vilenkin theorem, but that doesn't mean that the Bordguth-Vilenkin theorem makes the universe have a past definitively, and furthermore, the Bordguth-Vilenkin theorem has counterexamples, meaning it's not, strictly speaking, it's not true.
Just because it has counterexamples, this means that it's not true?
Yeah, it means that it's not a theorem.
It's what? It's just a hypothesis?
It's a conjecture, right?
It's either a hypothesis,
and in fact, it's not even a conjecture.
Or a theory.
It's strictly speaking, it's false.
It's false, the fact that the beginning, the universe is
like the Bordguth-Vilenkin theorem. The Bordguth-Vilenkin theorem is a statement about if the universe is X, Y, Z way, then the universe is past geodesically incomplete. Is past geodesically. There is a singularity, a geodesic singularity. That's what the Bordguth-Vilenkin theorem says. But that statement is false because there are ways the universe could be without being geodesically past incomplete.
So is there a way in which the universe can be eternal? In eternal, I don't mean that it has a beginning and no end. I mean no beginning, no end.
Yes, there are ways that that can be the case.
And is this in a closed system or in an open system?
The Bordguth-Vilenkin theorem has nothing to do with whether the system is closed or open.
No, I mean your system, the one that has no beginning, no end. It is in a closed system or in an open system?
It's not even clear if you can talk about a universe as being either of those things, because typically the way we talk about closed and open systems is how they interact with their environments. But the universe doesn't have an environment. It's the whole thing.
But I know that the system is how like the thing behaves, right?
Whether it's open or closed tells you about a relationship between the system and its environment, right? A closed system is a system in which you do not have, in which no energy, no matter is exchanged between the system and its environment. An open system is a system in which energy or matter or something along those lines is exchanged between the system and its environment. But the universe doesn't have an environment, so it's not clear that either of those definitions even make sense when applied to the universe as a whole.
The universe doesn't have an environment?
Yeah, there's not some like environment outside the universe.
Outside the universe. Well, if the
that's what its environment would be.
Well, how do you know that? Have you been outside of the universe?
The universe is defined as all that which exists physically.
Is defined by us, by what we see. Yes, but
that's just what we mean by the word.
Yeah, so it means that you are presupposing that it's not something that you can prove, right?
Supposing what? It's just a definition, right? What I mean when I say the universe is all of the things that physically exist. That's what I mean by the universe. So if the universe is defined to be all of the things that physically exist, then there's nothing that's outside the universe, because then it would be things that physically exist that are not included in the set of all things that physically exist.
Well, how do you know that something not physical exists outside of the universe?
When I say physical, I mean things that are able to be in causal connection or in a causal relationship with objects, with everyday objects like things in the universe, like electrons or basketballs. These would be physical objects. So if you're talking about things outside, things that are not physical objects, these are things that cannot stand in causal relation with the rest of the universe. And so it doesn't matter if those things exist, because they can't inform you on whether or not the universe is open or closed, because being open or closed is about a physical relationship. It's about some sort of causal connection.
Yeah, but now I wasn't asking about the closed or open system. I'm just asking, how do you know that there is not...
That's what you were asking about. That's exactly what you were asking about.
But this question that I was asking was just in the topic of environment. So we passed the thing with the open and closed system. So in this environment thing that you said, it can be it can't be something outside of the universe. You say
so when we use the word environment, when we use the word environment in a physics context, what it means is some physical arrangement of matter that is external to the physical system under consideration. So if you're talking about like some metaphysical entity or something, that's just not what's meant when we talk about the word environment. At least not in a physics context.
Okay, so you say that there is nothing physical outside of the universe, right? That all that is physical, it's included only in the universe.
Yeah, that's just what I mean by the universe. I mean the set of all of the physical things.
Okay, I understand. So my question would be this: can we know things?
Sure. I don't see how. So are we pivoting away from the universe definitely had a beginning and I can prove it because a brief history of time doesn't mention the Borg-Guth-Vilenkin theorem? Are we moving away from
sounds like a jump to tag.
Like if you want to do that, that's fine. Ian, I'll tag Ian in. See what I did there, but like
I did. That was clever.
Well, the thing with the universe wasn't, for example, my topic. I just asked a question, and then I asked more questions about this. I'm not an expert to say like this in physics. I just read a little bit, but I'm not to say like this an expert. So I cannot speak more on this.
Okay.
And be
as long as we recognize that there are plenty of ways the universe could be past eternal. And it's, this is not like some law of physics that we're violating if that's the case.
Well, can I, before we pivot to tag, maybe I can get like a response, like which part of the argument that I gave you would you reject, that an atemporal state of affairs is unchanging, or that reality without time would be an atemporal state of affairs, therefore reality without time would never change? Like, of that, what would you reject?
A reality without time would never change? So you mean by the fact that if we presuppose here God, yes, and God creates the world, you mean that by the fact that he's creating the world, he's changing? But that's what you're saying, right?
That reality is changing.
Not in the orthodox way, because we have a difference between essence and energies of God. So there is no when God creates, there is no change in his nature.
That's not my claim. My claim is that an atemporal reality is unchanging, and that reality without time is an atemporal reality, which means reality without time is unchanging.
Reality without time is unchanging? Yes?
Yes. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree that reality without time is unchanging, yeah.
Sure, but time exists currently, right?
Do you know objectively what time and space are, if we're talking about time and space?
Sure.
Okay, what is objectively space and time?
Well, it's a diffeomorphism class of Lorentzian four-dimensional Lorentzian manifolds.
So space is dimension?
No. That was a pair of words in like a definition that was 6 words long.
Yeah, and in the definition you included the dimension.
Yeah, so part of it is the dimension, yeah, but that's not the whole thing.
Okay, so what is time objectively?
It's one of the 4 dimensions of space-time.
One of 4 dimensions?
Yeah.
That's all?
It's one of the 4 dimensions of space-time. I could give you more details.
So
it is time is the singular dimension that we use to distinguish between co-located space-time events. It's another useful definition, perhaps.
you are using time to define time. It's circular.
No, the word time wasn't in the definition that I offered.
Yes, it was.
Where? I said space-time, but space-time is not just space plus time.
He's trying to fucking Jedi mind trick us.
No, I mean you say that okay, it's a dimension. I asked
Yeah,
what
it's one of the four dimensions of space-time.
Time. It's one of four dimensions of space-time.
It's one of the four dimensions of space-time. Yeah.
Okay, and that is not what it is objectively.
Okay. If you asked what the definition was and I gave it to you, it sounds like you're not interested in that. Then what do you want?
No, the definition is not coherent.
Oh, which part?
What's the contradiction?
The contradiction would be the fact that you are saying that time is a dimension of space-time. Okay, what is space-time?
I already defined it for you. It's a four-dimensional Lorentzian manifold up to diffeomorphism.
A four-dimension what?
It's a four-dimensional Lorentzian manifold up to diffeomorphism.
I'm sorry, I'm not an English person, so I don't know what the last part was.
This is a technical definition. The way that we define space-time is in terms of mathematical objects. The mathematical object here is a Lorentzian manifold. I gave you a quality of the Lorentzian manifold, namely that it's four-dimensional, and that we're not only talking about a single Lorentzian manifold, we're talking about an equivalence class of Lorentzian manifolds that are equivalent up to diffeomorphism.
Okay, but it's still not a definition.
Okay.
For
If you don't like
example,
that definition, I don't know what to tell you, but it is a definition.
No, it's not.
Which part do you think is not a definition?
You're just stating that it's part of a space-time. This means that you know
Yes,
what
that's
it
what time is.
It itself. Okay,
Yes,
itself.
time is a
the
part
time
of space-time.
itself. That's not a
time itself is a
definition.
part of space-time.
I didn't
It's a specific,
ask if it's a part of something.
dimension of space-time. Time is defined as that dimension of space-time that is used to differentiate between space-time events that are spatially co-located. That's what time is.
Okay, so time is something that differentiates between
It differentiates between space-time events that are co-located. Yeah.
Okay, then you are using time to define time with
Where is
other
time
words.
in that definition? Where is time in that definition?
It is what you said, a succession of things.
What? No, I didn't
It
say a
is what you
succession of
said.
things. I said that
No,
time
I'm
is the dimension of space-time that is used to distinguish between spatially co-located events.
Time is in your definition.
You are using time with other words.
Which word am I using that has time in it?
Wait, to be clear, that's what a definition is. A
That's a good
definition
point.
is telling you which words a word reduces to. If your critique of our definition of time is that it contains the meaning of the word time, I think you might just be confused as to what a definition is.
No, it's what I'm saying is that you don't define it objectively because you are not outside
You just don't
of
like the
time.
definition.
You are in time. No, you define it as you are in it, but you are not outside of it. So how can you know
Why do
what
I have to
time
be
is
outside
if
of
you
it
are
to
in
define?
it?
Look, I am inside of in fact, I am a human body. I can still define what a human body is.
Yes, because you can put it under a microscope and you can see the parts of it. Can you put
You don't need to
time
know the
under a
parts of a thing in order
microscope?
to define a thing.
Yes, you do.
Okay. Can you define for me the number 5?
Well, that is an abstract. Time is abstract.
Yeah, okay. Can you define it for me?
Is a mathematical thing that
Oh,
we
wait, I thought
use
you had to
count
know.
things.
So what are the parts of 5 that you have to know about in order to be able to define it?
Well, it's an abstract. I'm asking you if
okay.
the
So you
time
don't have
is
to know.
abstract.
You don't have to know about the parts of a thing in order to be able to define it. Is what it sounds like you're saying.
Well, if you are saying physical things, yes, you do. If you are saying non-physical things, no, you don't. Because
Okay. Can you
non-physical
prove
things
that
are
time
not
is physical?
parts.
Can you prove that time is physical?
That time is physical. You just said that it's a dimension. How do you know it's a dimension?
That's just how it's defined to be. Like
So that's just how it's defined to be. That's circular.
No, I mean time is defined to be a dimension, a particular dimension of a four-dimensional space-time that is used to distinguish between co-located space-time events. That's just what time is, and so it actually sounds like it's conceptual, not physical.
Well, if it's a dimension, this means that it's physical, right?
No.
What do you mean? The dimensions are not physical?
Yeah, they're conceptual.
They are conceptual of what? Of something that we observe, right?
They're concepts.
Of something that we observe.
Can you see a dimension?
You cannot see a dimension, but dimension is what is of this universe. This universe is all physical, right?
There are conceptual things that we use to describe the universe. Dimensions are one of those things.
And all that is in the universe is physical?
All of the stuff, yeah, stuff is physical.
Okay, and would be one of these dimensions?
No, dimensions aren't stuff.
What are they?
Concepts.
So they don't exist?
What?
They're not physical. Now, whether or not concepts exist depends on your preferred ontology, but they're definitely not physical things. I don't even know what that would mean.
Well, for example, when we say that there are 4 dimensions, yes, you said that the 4th dimension is space-time. How do you know that? How do we know that is a 4th dimension if we don't see that it's acting? No, how do you know that it's a dimension?
Do you know what a dimension is?
Yes.
Because okay, then you might have to confirm to me that you know what a dimension is. Can you explain what it is for the class?
Yes, it's an independent parameter needed to specify the position or state of something.
Yeah, there you go. So what part of that is physical?
No, I mean, how do you know it is a dimension? How do you come up with it?
You figure out how many. So
from what
time
I
is
know,
just one of the parameters, right?
Yeah, but from what I know, and
if it's one of the parameters, then it's a dimension.
It's one of the parameters of what we say, yes, of what we experience.
Yeah. That's what makes it a dimension.
I mean, the dimension is said to be space-time because I know it's about the curvature,
has
right?
4 dimensions. This seems very confused.
Well, didn't you say that time is part of the 4th dimension?
Time is one of the 4 dimensions.
Okay, and what is the 4th dimension?
There is no 4th. There are 4 dimensions. Space-time needs 4 different numbers in order to describe an event within it. 3 of those numbers are called spatial, and 1 of those numbers is called temporal.
Okay, and when we say that, for example, we are in a 3-dimensional state, yes, it is.
Well, we live in 3-dimensional space, yeah.
Yes, and it's called, I think, axis, right? X, Y, and Z. I don't know how it's called in English. Okay,
yeah,
so we can say. Okay, so we can say 1st dimension, 2nd dimension, 3rd dimension. Yes.
No, there's not really an order that you can assign.
But for example, if we assign to X number 1, to Y number 2,
so you can just make up an order, And you can just say that time is the fourth dimension, but that's no different than saying time is the third dimension or time is the second dimension. There's no particular reason why you would order it one way rather than another way.
Yeah, but of course. But let's say here that time and space is the fourth dimension. Yes. How did we come up with this observation, with this theory?
We thought about it a lot.
We thought
about our
it
experiences, our measurements, and we realized, it turns out that you need 4 numbers in order to specify an event in the universe.
Is not the fact that we saw a curvature and we defined that the
four-dimensional space-time
dimension?
Four-dimensional space-time predates the idea of the curvature of space-time. This was suggested by Minkowski, I think, in 1900, and was then kind of codified in special relativity by Einstein in 1905, 10 years before the curvature of space-time was ever thought about.
But from what I know, wasn't then when it started to be a fourth dimension officially? Was it before?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean by officially. There is no official physics, designator, but like the notion that our universe was a 4-dimensional space-time was around before we had this idea of curvature.
Yeah, of course it was there, but the moment that we found out about it wasn't the time that we observed the curvature?
The moment we found out about it? Found out about what?
Yeah.
We already knew about the 4-dimensional space-time before we thought about curvature.
But we had like a theory of it, but we didn't know it for sure until we saw the curvature, from what I know. Right?
I mean, you could say that.
We had like
you could say that like this was. You could say that like special relativity was just a theory, and so it wasn't like we didn't know it, but like, okay, what does that have to do with anything? The point is the notion of a 4-dimensional space-time predates the notion of space-time curvature.
Yeah, but the fact that we saw that the space-time has like an intervention.
That's irrelevant.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because if it has an intervention,
Ian,
if
do you
we
want to
can
take
see
over?
the curvature.
I'm getting a headache. You're muted.
You're
yeah, but what? I don't know. Where were we in the dialectic?
I don't know. We're so far down the rabbit hole, and like it seems like this is a question about what time is, which is irrelevant basically to the question of whether or not God's real.
Well, I mean, you take a stance on what time is. So, what do you think time is?
Me?
Well,
no.
I don't know. I don't know objectively what time is. I can know only from what I see subjectively.
Okay. So, what do you think when you say God exists outside of time? What does that mean?
It means that it wasn't a time, to say like that, when God wasn't.
Oh, so you do take a stance on what time is?
Well, from what we observed,
is your claim that you need to be able to define time in order to make any claim involving time?
You need to define it objectively.
Yeah, sure. So when you say God exists outside of time, what's the objective definition of that term?
The objective definition would be, for me, for example, by revelation. But
how does God define time?
Outside what?
You said by revelation. Where in the Bible does God define time?
No, I'm not saying that God defines time. He just says that in the beginning he created. So I know it's illogical to say.
What's your objective definition of time is the question.
I don't have an objective definition.
Then you can't make the claim that God exists outside of time by your own standard.
Yes, we can claim that because it's something that we experience. So it's outside of this thing that we experience.
How do you experience God outside of time?
That's a good question. How do you experience God being outside of time?
We experience God in time, but by inference, of the fact that if the universe has a beginning, then it must have a creator. If he is the creator, then he is atemporal. So it's by inference. It's not by experience, the atemporality.
Okay, so you're saying that you arrive at your understanding of time through revelation, or am I misunderstanding?
No. I mean, the understanding of God would be through revelation. The understanding of time would be through our experience. But it would be like not an objective definition of time. It would be a subjective or intersubjective.
Okay. Well, how do you feel about the definition of time as just being the thing that gives rise to moments?
So you say that time is the thing that gives rise to moments.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. When you say gives rise to moments, if you are using moments, you are using time.
Oh, sorry. No. Moments are out after time. Time
Moments
grounds
are after
moments. Yes. A moment refers to just a transient state of affairs.
So is a moment not in time?
Nope. It's a transient state of affairs.
Moment is outside of time?
Yeah, what's the critique?
How can you have a moment which is a specific point or very short interval of time without time?
Whoa, that's begging the question.
That's your definition, which is begging
You're
the
begging
question.
the question against the view. You're begging the question by asserting.
I'm asserting that yes, that a moment is a specific point or very short interval of time. Do you experience something that is timeless?
Oh, wait, so then you do agree that moments require time. So you agree with the definition. Oh, wait,
No,
actually, wait, you just cooked you completely just cooked yourself, actually. Wait, I can derive a contradiction from this. So, okay, if all moments are in time and change requires moments, that means change requires time, which means that in a timeless state of affairs, there could be no change. So you just disproved God for us.
How did I disprove God if God
Because
is timeless?
God couldn't have created time under what you just said.
Yes, he could by his energies.
So which premise of what I just said do you reject? So we have premise 1, moments are in time, which you agree to. Premise 2, if moments are in time, then moments require time. Premise 3, if moments require time, then that means that atemporal things are not capable of changing. Premise 4, if atemporal things are not capable of changing, that means an atemporal reality is not capable of changing.
Yeah, so? If
So then, if ever there was an atemporal reality, it couldn't change. Wait, so do you think God existed alone? Was there a state of affairs in God's eternity, sans creation, where God existed without time?
God existing without time? God is atemporal. It is
So
an
the answer is
illogical
yes?
question.
So the answer is yes.
It is an illogical question.
It's an illogical
God
question to
existing-
ask. Is there a state of affairs in God's timeless eternity where God exists without time? You think that's an illogical question?
Well, you said, is there a time when God? Now you introduced
I didn't say, is there a
atemporal-
time when? That's not what I said.
That's exactly
It's all
what you
recorded.
said.
You
Or-
can't lie about what I said.
That's okay. Then repeat again, please.
Yeah.
So,
in God's timeless eternity, without
okay.
creation, did God exist without time?
Did God exist without time?
Yeah. Did God exist
Well,
and nothing else existed, including time?
If it was a moment when nothing was and only God was, yes.
Sure. So, and you would say, ooh, wait, you contradicted yourself because you said all moments require time. But you said God exists in moments, so God exists in time.
I did.
You just said moment. You said it was a moment.
Yeah, yes, because this is how we speak. This is how,
Sure. Well,
how we
wait.
can
So
say
did you
things.
misspeak, or was it actually that you misthought? And right, like I wouldn't be this hard on you if not for you insisting on being like extremely strict about language usage. So how would
No.
Is it a moment or is it not a moment?
So in our understanding, yes, and how we speak, a moment over there, yes, would say that God is atemporal. That's that.
Is it a moment or is it not a moment?
It's not a moment as in an interval of time. No, it's not.
Oh, cool. Sure. So it's not a moment as in it's not sure. That's perfect. Okay. So time didn't exist, but then reality changed to time existing. Is that correct?
Reality changed to time existing? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, now we have a contradiction because you've agreed that a timeless reality does not change, but this timeless reality changed to having time in it. So this timeless reality is both unchanging and changing.
The timeless reality, I mean the essence of God, which is not changing. Yeah.
I'm just talking about reality when time didn't exist, or sorry, the state of reality in which there is no time. This would be both changing and unchanging.
Not itself. Atemporality, it doesn't change.
You just said that it changed to having time in it. That reality changed from not having time to having time.
Yes, because it was a time when the universe wasn't.
Sure, so then atemporal reality does change.
Atemporal reality does change?
That's what you just said.
Not in
that
the sense
there was an
that,
atemporal reality and then it changed to being a temporal reality. So atemporal reality changes.
No, because the reality, this atemporal reality is still there, but it can have something in it.
When I say reality, I mean all
it doesn't
of it.
change.
When I say reality, I mean all of it.
Yeah, and if all of it has something in it, it itself doesn't change. It just adds something new.
That's a change. Reality changed from being one way to being a different way. Reality changed from time not existing to time existing. But of course, when time doesn't exist, reality is atemporal, and atemporal reality doesn't change.
Yeah, but I mean, it is a shift, yes, but it is not in change in it itself, to say like that.
You don't think time coming into existence is a change?
Not. So
is it the same? Is time existing the same as time not existing?
No, it's not the same.
So it became different. So it changed.
It changed in the by what you say that it changed. You mean that it changed in saying that the universe appeared, right? You say that when the universe appeared, something changed.
Yeah, that there's a change in time being brought into existence.
But it's not a change in God in this sense.
I didn't claim that it was. I'm just claiming that it's a change in reality.
Yes, in this reality, yes, but not in God.
So you do think that atemporal things change?
No, because when you say thing,
you're contradicting yourself.
No, because when you say thing, you say not something personal, right?
All of reality.
Or
what? So in the state of reality where time does not exist, does this state of reality change?
Well, this state of reality is God, is a personal being, is not an it. It's something personal that has an essence, and
I'm talking about the state
change.
of reality itself, not the things that are inside of it, just the state of reality itself.
The state of reality? Yes, that state of reality changes, yes.
Cool, so you do think that atemporal things change?
If it has something new in it, yes.
Cool. Wait, okay, so then on what basis would you say God doesn't change? Because you think that atemporal things can change.
Well, on the basis of revelation.
Okay, cool, sure. So just the book. At what point in time does it change?
Does it change?
Does what? Reality change? At what you think atemporal reality changes? At what moment does atemporal reality change?
Well, in this case, when the moment that universe appears, something new appears.
Okay, cool. So it changes from being one way one moment to a different way at a different moment?
By adding something new, yes.
You just conceded that God exists in time. You conceded that the pre-creation moment is indeed a moment.
Oof.
No, I didn't say that God exists in time.
You agreed that it changes from being one way at one moment to a different way at a different moment. So you're saying that God exists in moments.
Not in nature, in his energies, yes. By his energies,
So he
yes,
does
he's
exist
in
in moments, you would say.
Oh.
By his energies, yes.
Okay, wait, do you think God is divinely simple?
Divinely simple in his nature, yes.
But, oh, sure. So, but outside of that, he does have parts?
It's not parts. It is an energy is a form of manifestation.
Are there things that God has that God isn't?
In his nature, no.
I'm not asking in his nature. I'm asking in his entirety.
In his entirety, yes, there are uncreated energies that are visible in time.
Okay, as long as you think that God has parts, I'm totally fine accepting that you think that God has parts. I guess we can move back to the topic of conversation. I'm just trying to get clear on this. So,
I didn't say
okay.
that God is parts.
You do, right? Because a part is just a thing that you have that isn't the entirety of you.
No, because God is immaterial. Immaterial doesn't have parts.
So then
It's
God's
just an
energies would just be identical to himself. So there is no energy essence distinction if you think that God lacks parts.
No, it can be simple, but yet still have some distinctions.
Sure,
Not
but like
composite.
ultimately, it is all of it's identical.
The essence, yes.
No, not the essence. Did I say the essence? Did that come out of my mouth?
No, I'm saying the essence.
I'm not
So,
saying the
you know what
essence.
I'm-
Don't put that word into my mouth.
No, I say the essence. I qualify.
I'm not saying that. My questions are not asking about the essence.
Well, you're asking about
Listening's
God.
hard.
I know. I'm not asking about the essence. I'm asking
Okay.
about the entirety of him.
The entirety, it's not parts.
Then God's
do you
essence is
think that
identical to his energy. Does
an energy is a form of manifestation?
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't think that's the right definition of energy either.
Yes, it is.
No, do you know
I
what
hadn't
energy
considered
is?
nuh-uh.
Like what
Hmm?
when I say or anyone says the word energy, what do you think energy means?
Well, when we say energy, it's something different. When we say energy in Eastern Orthodoxy, when it comes to God, it's a form of manifestation.
Yeah, but what is energy? When you're saying it's manifesting as energy, what is energy?
A form of manifestation.
Well, then now it's circular. I'm asking you, when something manifests as energy, what is energy? Like I could say, listen, I'm manifesting as a cup. I'm taking the form of a cup. What is energy?
But he's not manifesting as energy.
You just said he was.
No, I'm saying that the energy is the manifestation. I'm not saying that he manifests
something's
energy.
manifesting as energy. Yeah. Are you suggesting that the energy exists even when he's not manifesting?
Like, for example, like creation, what we talked about, yes, is not an internal process within his being, but an uncreated energy that proceeds from him without altering his essence.
Again, I think you're confused. What do you think the word energy means? Because I don't think your use of the word energy actually matches what it really means.
I think that there might be some confusion here.
Yeah, he thinks energy is a substance.
Well, he's
No, it is
referring
an
to like the
internal-
orthodox concept of the essence-energy distinction.
Exactly.
That's what he means by energy.
Yeah, I told them.
Yeah. Wait, did God's energies exist prior to creation?
If his energies exist?
Did God's energies exist prior to creation?
Well, if it is an internal process that proceeds from him, they weren't shown.
But did they exist?
Well, the essence existed.
Did the
but
energies
the essence,
exist?
Well, if this is if this is an internal process, the internal process wasn't yet revealed, yeah, and it didn't proceed from him yet.
Did
So
they
it
exist?
was,
Did in God's eternity without creation, did God's energies exist?
well, it existed in as his how do you call it? As his essence.
So there is no energy essence distinction.
Yes, it is. When it comes to the created order, it is.
No, you just said that God's energies flow from his essence.
Yes, because it is a form of manifestation.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So there is no distinction.
Yes, it is.
Powerful argument. Nuh-uh.
Was
No,
God
so
simple?
God-
So okay, wait. So,
so-
we have God. God is simple. So this is in God's eternity, prior, like without creation. God is simple. He has no parts. The essence exists. The energy exists. Everything that exists is going to be identical to God and each other. Therefore, God's essence is identical to his energies.
I'm a little lost here, not gonna lie.
Well,
Because this guy doesn't want to say that God's essence is identical to his energies. That's heresy, if I'm not mistaken.
no, but I'm not saying that it's exactly or how you said it. Yes, no, God's essence is who God is, and the energy is how God manifests, acts, and communicates.
Mhm. Yep. But the energies exist in the pre-creation state, and God is simple. So
in the
God
sense
exists
that-
alone. So
in
the
the
energies
sense-
must exist within God, and God is simple. So whatever God has, God is. So God is identical to his energies.
In the sense that he how do you call it? He is present in the energies. Yes.
Sure. So you would say God
But
is
the-
identical to his energies.
In the sense that they are created, uncreated, eternal, and not part of the created universe. Yes.
Okay, sure. So, and God is identical to his essence as well?
God is identical to his essence.
Is God identical to
What
his
is-
essence?
What do you mean God identical to his essence?
Is God identical to his essential properties?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Is there like a language thing happening here, or?
Seems to be the case.
Yeah, so this is the Eastern Orthodox essence energies distinction. Ian knows about it and he's asking questions about it.
Mm-hmm. So,
well, that I understand.
well,
I
I
just
guess
don't-
I'm a bit confused that. Okay. Does God have non-essential properties?
No.
So then,
Because the essence can be one way to put it is the essential properties of it.
okay, so then you would say that God is identical to his essential properties because he has no properties that are not essential.
I wouldn't say that God is identical because identical would mean that something is like it.
No, it's saying it's like the same. God is the same as his essence.
Well, the essence just tells you what God is. So who God is in himself.
Is God the same as his essence?
Well, if we say that essence is who God is,
yes.
What question is that? That God is him. So is God identical to himself? This is what you ask?
Sure.
This is
yeah.
how the,
I mean,
Wait.
that's
So
trivially,
is that how
that
you?
is trivially true.
Yeah.
Identical to himself? That is a theological question.
Oh, it's a super logical question.
It's like a trivial question, even.
If, for example, if I am identical to myself, that is a logical question?
Yeah. The answer is yes to that question, even.
If I am identical to myself, then identical
You are
means
identical to yourself. Yes.
something
Seems to be the
something with
case.
something with another identity that is like me. That is what identical would mean. So I'm not two
No.
prunas. I'm one pruna. I'm not identical in myself. I'm just me.
You reject the law of identity? That A is A?
No.
Apparently.
I don't reject.
You just said that you reject that a thing is identical to itself. What you're saying is that, like, a rock is not a rock and a tree is not a tree and you are not you. That's what you're doing.
So when you say, okay, you mean identity?
I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
Yep.
Justin, do you want to click on the Bible or do you just want to call it there?
Well, I think normally I would, but we got like 10 minutes left and we have to read super chats.
That's true.
No, it's just that the question was illogical from my side.
I would reiterate that as per usual, the God that you're believing in isn't like the God of the Bible. God of the Bible is like definitely inside of time and has thoughts and can make decisions and can come to know things. Like in Genesis 22, he says, "Now I know." When he's talking about Abraham's willingness to be obedient. You're going to say that all these things are anthropomorphic, and I'm going to say that's silly, and then that's going to be the end of the conversation. So I'm not sure it's worth going through all that.
Oh, I'm glad that we handled
it.
Yeah.
Yes, we say yes that it's anthropomorphic because, for example,
because
if
you can't handle what it actually says. Like you're saying, if it's not anthropomorphic, then it ruins my worldview. Therefore, I must say it's anthropomorphic.
No. So listen, if you are a god, atemporal, who only you yourself can understand yourself, and if you make yourself known to some persons who are limited, how would you make yourself known to them?
By using precise words. I wouldn't say that now I know. As an all-knowing being, I would never say now I know something because that entails that you didn't know it previously. And you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know how time works. Like now I know something, at some point I didn't know something. The Sumerians were already doing calculus. We already had advanced math before like parchment was invented. So no, you don't have to use anthropomorphic language to talk about whether or not you do or will know something. You can just say it.
No, but how would people explain what God does?
You don't have to explain what God does. All you need to ask is yes or no to whether or not a human being can understand that you can know something forever versus know something at this moment. Do you think human beings can understand that concept? I know that they can, because prior to the writing of this Bible passage, we have texts of people like talking about time.
To understand what exactly?
Do you think that ancient people knew that you could know something in the future and also not know something in the future?
Yes.
You think? Okay, so then that's all you need to know. For God to communicate that he knows something or is learning information, he can communicate it directly using identical language that we would use. There's no need for anthropomorphism. That's a really bad cope.
No, because he makes himself known how they would understand.
And you already agreed that they would understand it if God says, I already know. Also, you're lying on the book, because the book says that God did the test as a test, meaning he doesn't know, which is why it says in Deuteronomy that the Lord your God will test you to know if indeed you love him with all your mind, heart, and soul. God
Yeah,
has
and
to
also
test
the
people.
same.
God has to test people because he doesn't know things, and he admits that he doesn't know things.
And also the same Bible says that God knows everything. So what are you going?
I actually don't think it does. There's one passage in 1 John that says God knows all things, but I could easily just say that that's a contradiction in the Bible itself, or that's being euphemistic.
Or that God knows everything, and that is anthropomorphic, but you don't go that
Oh
way.
no,
You
it's
just
certainly not
take two ways.
anthropomorphic. There's no reason
Because you
whatsoever.
say so.
There's
Because
no
you
reason
say so. Yes,
whatsoever
it
to
is.
invent anthropomorphism.
It's
Anthropomorphism
not.
has always been a cope. In the ancient world, these gods had physical bodies. They had physical characteristics. In fact, the god of the Hebrew Bible comes from Canaanite culture, El. In the Canaanite religious literature, he drinks wine, he gets drunk, he mates, he actually has children. These are what gods did back in the days of Genesis. That's what the
Yeah,
Genesis
and
God
does
used to do back in the day. He's depicted as eating actual food in Exodus 24 and Genesis chapter 18, just like all the other gods of its time period. So if we're being honest with Genesis, if we're being
in
honest
human
with
form, yes.
Genesis, if we're being honest with Genesis, we would say that the gods in Genesis are depicted just like any god from the ancient Near East. And nobody in the ancient Near East believed that those gods knew all things or were outside of time. This is something that people coming many, many years later, hundreds and hundreds of years later, had to superimpose on this ancient Bronze Age god. It's not something that's actually found in history.
Well, first of all, just because you're equivocating on the term El, it doesn't mean that it's the same God.
I'm not
Second of all,
equivocating.
yes, because the God of the Bible is omniscient. Either
God of the
you like
Bible
it,
is
either
not
you not.
omniscient. Jesus is not even
Yes, it is.
omniscient.
The God of the Bible is omniscient. What do
The
you
God
know
of the
Jesus
Bible is
is
not
not
omniscient either in the New Testament or the Old Testament. In the New Testament, Jesus says that no man knows the day nor the hour, not even the Son, only the Father. Jesus doesn't know something. In the Old Testament, the Father doesn't know stuff. He doesn't know if Abraham's going to follow through on the killing of his son. He doesn't know in Exodus 33:5 what he's going to do to the Israelites to punish them. And in Exodus 32, he literally changes his mind. It just says it verbatim that God changed his mind. And your only argument against all these passages are, well, I don't like what it says, therefore I'm going to say that the words don't mean what the words mean. But as it turns out, I'm honest, and I think the words mean what they mean.
Well, also the same Bible says that, for example, when you say that Jesus didn't know the hour, the word isn't there voided, and can't it mean that he is not to reveal the hour, but only the Father reveals the hour?
Unfortunately, that's not true. You can just open up your Thayer's Greek lexicon or any other Greek lexicon and discover that that's a lie.
No, the oiden, can it also mean to reveal?
Only in an idiomatic fashion. You would have to actually change the context of the passage to make it say reveal here.
No, because, for example, when Paul says that he chose not to know anything but Jesus Christ, this means that Paul literally didn't know anything, if you take everything hyper literal.
You just included different words. That's why I said you can't do it unless you add new context to it, which you just did. In this context, it clearly means exactly what it says in the dictionary.
No, because Jesus, till he says what he said, that thing, yes, that nobody knows the hour, he says exactly what will happen. But do you think he doesn't know the hour? Because in Revelation, he knows when he's coming back.
He doesn't know the hour. He describes to you what's going to happen in Matthew 24. He literally tells you it's going to be like the days of Noah, when people are eating and drinking, and then the water came upon them unaware. The entire point of what he's talking about is the fact that nobody knows the day nor the hour. That's literally what he says. And I'm suspecting you're actually reading the wrong portion. In 36, He says, about the day or the hour, no one knows. Jesus is part of that group of no one knows. That's why he says, neither the angels of heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. Only the Father knows.
Does in Revelation Jesus know when he's coming back?
In Revelation, he doesn't know the day nor the hour.
Okay, but why does he say that I come soon?
So again, if Jesus doesn't know the day nor the hour, then Jesus is not omniscient. And it turns out his daddy's not either.
Yes, in Revelation 22:12, he says that he's coming soon. Why would he say that he's coming soon if he doesn't know when he's coming?
He said he was coming in the lifetime of his disciples. Matthew 16, Matthew 24, Matthew 10. He says in all these instances, he's coming back. He says he's coming back within the lifetime of his disciples.
No, in Matthew 16 is about the changing of the faith. This is
it's
how
certainly not about the transfiguration. No, that's not even a good cope. That's like the worst of the copes. I understand why you say that, because that's traditionally the cope that people are deploying. But he says that he's coming in his kingdom. Where's he coming from?
He's coming in his kingdom in the sense that they will see him in his kingdom.
No, where's he coming? Where's he coming from? See, this is why my hermeneutic is always going to win out over yours, because my hermeneutic is that words just mean words. When someone comes from somewhere, it means there's a place over here that they're coming from, and they're going to somewhere over here. So the question needs to be asked, when he's coming with the angels in the glory of his Father to repay everybody for their deeds, where's he coming from?
Well, this doesn't say over there in 16.
It does. It says, for the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And he tells you exactly what that means. In Matthew 24
Perfect.
and Matthew 25, he says that they will see the sign of the Son of Man appear in the sky. That's what it means to come in his kingdom with the angels. This is the judgment.
So for the first part is yes, his second coming, and then when he says that some of you won't see that, yes, it is.
No, there's not two parts here. It's talking about the same event.
Because you say so, right?
No, because I know how words work.
You know how words work, but do you know what Jesus meant by that?
I absolutely do know what Jesus meant by that. It's not even difficult.
You know what Jesus meant by them. Oh man, you are the top theologian, aren't you?
No, in fact, I agree with the theologians, and typically they agree with me. That's why there's no break in this quote. This is all just one quotation. So the people who translated this Bible know for sure that this is a single quote. Jesus didn't quote this and then suddenly turn around and start talking about something else in the middle of this phrase. This is just one quotation. The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father. Then he'll repay everybody for what has been done. And the second is the tagline. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming. The Son of Man coming is bracketed. The Son of Man is to come. And then he says, the Son of Man is coming. It's the same event. Only someone who's dishonest and coping would read this and say that these are two different events.
Well, you can say that to manipulate the persons in the chat, but it says clearly, yes, another thing when he says that some of you will not
say
see.
Another thing.
And this is why
it's the same event.
Mentions.
It's literally the same. It's literally the same event. The coming of the Son of Man.
Okay.
The Son of Man only comes. The Son of Man only comes once. That's it. He doesn't come twice.
Can I speak?
Are you going to tell me that the Son of Man comes twice?
Can I speak?
Answer my question.
One night?
Does the Son of Man come once or twice?
No, coming can have different meanings.
Does the Son of Man come once or twice?
Yeah, it can.
The second coming is the second coming.
Does the Son of Man come once or twice?
I can't. This is too much.
The second coming is the second coming.
Does the Son of Man come once or twice? This definitely getting clipped.
The Son of Man
on my soundboard. I'm still waiting for an answer. Does the Son of Man come once or twice?
When Jesus
does the Son of Man come once or twice?
Oh man, can I answer or do you keep repeating yourself? If not, I'll put myself on
the
mute.
answer
Does the Son of Man come once or twice?
It's either once or twice. Those are the words that need to leave your mouth. Which is it?
Jesus has two comings.
Does this? Oh, and did the first coming happen prior to these words being spoken?
Yes.
Okay, so then there's only one left, isn't there?
Yes.
At the moment he spoke these words, there's only one coming of the Son of Man left to happen, which means this is talking about one event.
No, because that coming can have another meaning.
No, it doesn't. The
Because
coming of
you
the Son
say
of Man
so.
is no, because the Bible says so. The coming of the Son of Man is a
because
well-defined
you
event
say
from
so.
Daniel chapter 7. No, the Bible said so. The coming of the Son of Man is a well-defined event in Jewish apocalyptic imagery. It comes from Daniel chapter 7. We've got dozens and dozens of Jewish documents describing the coming of the Son of Man. Second Esdras is a popular one. It's just a singular event where the Son of Man comes, he inherits all the kingdoms of the earth, and then he judges mankind, which is why he's talking about doing exactly this in Matthew 16. And he doubles down again in Matthew 24. In Matthew 24, he says that that generation will not pass away before all those things take place, and those things didn't take place, and that generation is all dead. And in order to make it not say what it says, you have to change the meaning of all the words in the passage. And I'm just not willing to let you do that. Like, you could lie to yourself, but you won't be lying to the audience.
Well, look who's lying to the audience and who's not letting me speak. Because I tried to speak, but you kept interrupting. Thank you very much.
I was waiting for you to answer my question, and you were too cowardly to do it.
What do you mean? I answered it.
After we had to ask you 15 times.
Did I say the fact that Jesus comes 2 times? That he has 2 comings?
And again, and we had to ask you 15 times.
Because I answered you, but
because
you
you're a
didn't
coward.
want to.
No, you wouldn't answer.
Okay, you come with the ad hominems. I
That's
bless
not ad
you.
hom.
God-
That's just
God-
that's just
God
straight
bless you.
insult, Pruna. You are being dishonest and cowardly. So I called
Yeah, you
out on it.
insult me. That's
That's
ad
not an ad
hominem.
hom.
But now,
ad hom
Yeah,
would be
it
if I just like suggested, like within debate, that you're being bad faith or something. I'm not suggesting it or coming at it sideways. I'm just telling you to your face. You're a coward, man.
Wait, I mean, to be clear, right? An ad hominem is an insult in place of an argument. You know, Justin gave an argument, and he's insulting you. You know, like for example, you know, if somebody said 2 + 2 is 5, and I said no, it's not. 2 + 2 is 4. Look, just count it. You moron. That wouldn't be an ad hominem. That would just be an insult.
okay, so you guys like to insult. Okay,
No,
problem.
I do.
That's what
I
it
do.
is.
Ian and
Yeah,
Blitz
I
are
know
nice.
because you're.
Remember,
Yeah,
I'm the asshole here, not
Yeah,
Ian and Blitz.
they didn't yet say anything bad about me.
Oh,
but
they
when,
would never. They're delightful.
Oh, never.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure of it. So when Jesus
my point
says,
is,
truly,
not
okay,
only
can I
does
speak? Can I speak, or do you want to go monologue?
No, I'm gonna go
I'll
monologue.
put myself.
So my
Okay,
point
I'll
is
put
not
myself on
only.
mute. So you
Go
see,
ahead,
guys,
thanks.
they don't
Yeah,
want.
appreciate it.
They don't want.
You're not muted.
They don't want.
Put yourself on mute.
I need a cup of
So
coffee.
my
Damn.
point is, because we're at 3:06, my point is Jesus clearly doesn't know something. He doesn't know the day nor the hour of his coming. He gives you a guess as to when he's coming within the lifetime of his disciples. He gets that wrong. He also doesn't know how to read Hebrew. He fucks that up in Matthew 22. He also doesn't know who quoted the passage about the 30 pieces of silver. He says it comes from Jeremiah. It doesn't. It comes from Zechariah. That's Matthew 27. He fucks that up. He doesn't know a whole lot of stuff because he's an idiot. So your God just isn't all-knowing, and we're over time. So come back next week. Okay. Sorry we went over,
Bam.
friends.
It's okay.
Wait, I have to.
Somebody
Sorry,
needs
I have
some
to head out
cooking.
early.
Oh,
But
okay.
Fair enough.
I'm departing.
Goodbye.
Bye. I get these logos rearranged here. All right, friends, let's read some super chats. Thanks for being here, friends.
Yeah.
Sorry, I drug us over our limit, but I was curious how much of the Bible we can get him to engage in.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, like he was he got reamed by all three of us, so
He really did. He's like, I will not have a day unless I get spanked 3 times.
look,
All
some
right.
people just need that as part of their day.
True. Some people enjoy that kind of thing.
Absolutely. And no shame to them.
No, listen, if that's what you need to be happy, go for it, right? Nathaniel says, would have any of y'all debated Jay Dyer? I mean, listen, I told you on my stream, I'll debate anyone that comes up on the stream. I don't care.
Same here.
I don't know why people think Jay Dyer is good at debating. He's just a precept. Like, they only have one script. It's not like it's a particularly good script.
Yeah, I mean, precepts are not particularly, yeah, they're just not compelling, right?
Yeah, they're not compelling at all. I mean, I do know this about Jay. If he came out in my live stream, he wouldn't last very long. He'd run because I'd make him read the Bible, and he doesn't want to read the Bible. He will literally only engage in precept. So basically, he would come here, I wouldn't play his game, and then he'd leave, just like Darth Dawkins, just like all the other precept trolls. Adam,
Sounds about right.
Hey, thank you for the 25 PLN. Says, what is there for each of you between religion and atheism? Is there anything what S. Harris called spirituality, even something very simple? So I think, are you asking, do we practice some sort of atheistic spiritual thing? I don't know. I mean,
I don't.
I try to eat well and get a good sleep at night and go to the gym. I don't think that spiritual practice is more like taking care of your health and mental affairs, right?
Yeah, which people should do, by the way.
I definitely agree. Aaron says, my previous super chat was skipped. And I don't know what to tell you, Aaron. I don't think your previous super chat was skipped. I've read literally every super chat that has come through this stream, and I'm looking back through the entire collection of super chats, and there's not one for you. So my guess is maybe it got hung up in the ether or something else. I don't know what to tell you, but it certainly didn't come through because it didn't get received on my end. So if it got skipped, I don't know how it got skipped. My deepest apologies to you, but we do read every super chat that comes through. Robert Summer says, Blitz, do you bring up the heat problem in your Young Earth creation streams? Don't often get to watch those.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, the heat problem is that if the Earth really was 6,000 years old and the all of the radioactive decay that leads us to the conclusion that the Earth is quite old actually happened all of a sudden during the flood, then the Earth would like vaporize because radioactive decay gives off energy, it gives off heat, right? The thing is I do bring it up when people try to make it sciencey, but most of the time when people are pushed on like, well, what about this data? They just say, oh, well, God just made it look old. And then there's not really much to say. I mean, like, the heat problem doesn't really come up. The flood itself doesn't really introduce a heat problem, depending on how they understand the flood. There is a sense in which you can say that if it rained to cover the tallest mountains for 40 days, then the kinetic energy of the water falling would increase the temperature by a lot. But most theists, they just think it comes from the waters of the deep, like through cracks in the ground or something, in which case there's not really any heat problem to speak of there.
Yeah. And Shishi, thank you for the $10 super chat, says 2 questions for you. Do you think that Christians don't read the Bible because they know it will destroy their confirmation bias? Also, if God is slow to anger, wouldn't that require time? Fair point. That's a really good point, actually. So Shishi, I think the reason why Christians don't read the Bible is kind of twofold. They're trained to trust their pastor and their pastoral, sources, people that are in positions of power. And so for a lot of them, they're like, well, I don't need to. My pastor tells me what I need to know. Also, I don't think most people are interested in reading. So I think for a lot of people, it's a matter of just not being interested in reading it. Some people are interested in reading it and they don't really have like the prereqs. Like they don't have the ability or the time to read a book that is, from 2,000 years ago and has lots of references and things that they don't understand. A lot of them are going to get like through Genesis and be like, well, Genesis was fun, but Exodus is really kicking my ass because there's all these geographies and peoples that I'll never remember. So it can be tough. But to your second question, yeah. I mean, if God is slow to anger, obviously that means that's not an essential characteristic. That's a characteristic that he added after he created time, right? And Eric...
I mean, it must be.
Right. I mean, it couldn't be essential because he certainly wouldn't have had it before time. But I think most God believers would say, yeah, that's not essential. That came later, right? I don't know.
Probably.
But then it can't be part of his character.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that's a good point.
Can his
You run into
character
some issues
change?
with like no, because divine simplicity or something.
Right.
So yeah, I mean there are some issues. That's definitely true.
Yeah. Eric, thank you for the super chat. Says crows/ravens have been disliked by many cultures for millennia because they're smart enough to follow armies in order to scavenge battlefields. Oh, interesting. I've never heard that before. I mean,
Yeah,
I
I believe
assume.
that. I would believe that.
Yeah. They are smart, though. You definitely want to be weary of smart animals. And Bryce Aroni, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Big W says Destiny was banned from Twitch for violating policies regarding hateful conduct and harassment of groups based on protected characteristics. The ban was largely attributed to his commentary on transgender women in sports. Oh, so he ran a live stream where he was saying trans women shouldn't be in sports? Or shouldn't...
Yeah. Basically, yeah.
I didn't realize he did a... I didn't realize he took a hard line position on that. Interesting. Okay. But I don't really follow Destiny. I don't do as much of the political live streams as some others. Thanks for the information, Bryce Roney. Tim says, remember the human heart can spurt blood 30 feet away. It's not something to write in a Valentine's card.
That's so many feet.
So much. I knew the human heart was pretty strong. I didn't realize it was that strong, actually. That's pretty impressive, to be fair. And Panoramic Banana, good to see you today. Thank you for the super chat. It says, can Pentecost be seen as miracle to undo the curse of the Tower of Babel? You know,
what is Pentecost?
That's when the Holy Spirit gave them the utterance of speaking in tongues and everyone heard it in their own language. And like,
seems made up.
It's in the book of Acts, don't worry about it.
Okay. I mean, sorry, it just seems made up.
To be fair, it is made up too, by the way. But to be fair, I don't think that it was meant to be a commentary on the Tower of Babel. But if it was, hey, it's not too bad, actually. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out. You know, if they thought that this was the reversal of the Tower of Babel, then it would seem like they were mistaken because we still all speak different languages. And Tim, with another follow-up, thank you so much, says there's a brief history of time. There's also a briefer history of time. I introduced the briefest history of time. A bunch of stuff happened. Ta-da!
Sounds like a very short book.
I know. I just read the whole thing. It was pretty good.
Yeah. 1 page.
And Resolute says, how do we decide what order and disorder is? I mean, it is kind of subjective, isn't it?
To an extent, yes. So there are different notions of entropy. Many of them can be kind of, you can kind of allude to this notion of order and disorder for many of the different notions of entropy. But like the one that most people think of when they think of like, oh, you have a messy room, so it's more disorderly than like a clean room. That's something called coarse graining entropy. And that is, in some sense, the most subjective of them all, if only because the coarse graining process is arbitrary. The coarse graining is when you basically zoom out on a system and you forget about some details. But the details that you choose to forget about, those are that's subjective, right? Like you can choose to forget about, you know, a certain range of momentous, you can choose to forget about certain like momentous spaces or position spaces or whatever, and like you will get different notions of coarse graining entropy. So yeah, I mean it is to a very substantive sense subjective, which is why a lot of cosmologists and relativists in particular don't really buy the whole second law of thermodynamics as it applies to the universe. It's more of like a statistical law that is like convenient for when you're analyzing like gas systems and stuff like that.
Sure. It makes sense. Maureen, thank you for the $6.99 Canadian super chat. Says, is an argument unent? I think you just mean is an argument for free will that he reasons God laid down laws in order to follow or be punished? Wait, hold on.
I don't understand this at all.
Yeah, is an argument for free will that he reasons God laid down laws to follow or be punished? I think what you're asking is, are believers getting the idea that God made free will because you have the freedom of choice? Like you can choose to follow or not follow. We would call that typically freedom of choice. That's definitely where they're getting the idea from. there's no Bible verse that says you have free will, and there's lots of Bible verses that really distinctly tell you that you don't have free will. In fact, free will at best really seems to be an illusion within the Bible. And freedom of choice even doesn't seem to even be there if you look deep enough as well. Dynamite Poop, Danomite Poop says, is it wrong of me if I question Christian therapists on BetterHelp so I can Uno reverse card to have them question their faith? Listen,
That's really funny.
I love this for you. Please do this. In fact, if you probably can't record
do
your
it and then
session.
record it and post it on YouTube. Please.
Yeah, but if you did, I would love to watch. I definitely would be tuning in for that. Let us know how that goes for you. And Jay Explorer, thank you for the super chat, says, always puzzles me why these physics genius scholars don't just publish their brilliant insights and go to Stockholm to collect their Nobel Prize. True. You don't have to have a PhD to publish.
No, you don't. Oh, I mean, like, if you're not affiliated with anything, then you might get some strange looks. But like, if you submit to a journal and it's in the standard format, they're not going to look you up first. They're just going to read the abstract and see if it's something that is publishable in their journal. And if so, they'll send it to referees.
See? There you go. Y'all, if you want to get published, just try it. See what happens. Bryce Aroni with a follow-up says, dimensions are not made of anything. There is no material. Therefore, they are not physical. Yeah, I mean, that'd be...
So the conclusion seems right. Saying that something isn't made of anything, therefore it's not physical, seems misguided. We could say that electrons are not made of anything, insofar as they're fundamental, but they would certainly still be physical.
Interesting. Okay. Dean Batha, think of it as $10 super chat, says, if somebody is outside of space and time, then it is undetectable by any natural means. Such a thing is indistinguishable from something that does not exist. I agree. I've said it before, if your God's existence is indistinguishable from non-existence, it just seems more parsimonious that it doesn't exist. It's just the easier conclusion.
Yeah.
And God Sinner, thanks for the $10 super chat, says, some of these debates give you the experience of bashing your head on a wall without the long risk health side effects. Love listening to y'all. Have a fun day from Caracal. Well, thank you, Cara or Cara. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but really appreciate it. And you're right. Yeah, it is. It feels like you're banging a head against a wall on a lot of these conversations. That's why I kind of fast forwarded through that conversation with Pruna, because I knew like we were out of time and it wasn't worth actually having a real conversation about the topics, being that I saw how his other conversations went with Ian and Blitz.
And it's funny. It's funny because like maybe that's a good selling point. If you feel like you want to bash your head against the wall, but you don't want the long-term side effects, tune in.
True. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. And Gabriel says, so who's on first? Well, yeah, who's on first? Well, what's on second? For sure. And Nightman says, quite a bit of cum talk in this conversation.
Yeah, I couldn't. I was giggling the whole time.
I was waiting. To be fair, we didn't have to spend 5 minutes talking about cum if he would have just answered the question, but it is.
I mean, but you chose to.
I mean, listen, that is the case. That is the case. He came around eventually.
I'm sure he did.
Erebora says repentance is stored in the balls.
Indeed it is. That is where it's stored.
For sure. For sure. And Eat Some Shorts says, too much goonin. Oh, I literally just learned what gooning was like this year, like 2026. Isn't that crazy?
That checks out.
Yeah. I mean, everyone who knows me knows that this, no one's questioning that. Simeon, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, Jesus is coming with the angels. Yeah, it's a circle jerk, y'all. I was under the impression that this was a safer work stream. Tis. Rock hard for Doug. Love the lamp. I don't know, something salt related. Iodized for the salt girl. Is that what it was?
Iodized for the Morton salt girl?
Mm-hmm. And Ekipo, hey, good to see you. It says, can you rate these by educatability? An average Flurf, Young Earth Creation, or a Precept Philbro? Oof. Which one?
Oh, that's hard.
Philbro's got to be on top, right?
I want to say Philbro is probably the most educatable.
Right. And then Young Earth and then Flurf?
Yeah, I think that's the right order.
Yeah, Flurf's got to be the dumbest on the planet.
Well, the question is not about how dumb they are. The question is about how possible is it to educate them.
True.
And the thing about flat earthers is that like they're ideologically opposed to learning.
Yeah.
Young Earth creationists aren't necessarily, they're just ideologically bought. And presups, in principle, want to learn. They just also want to look smart.
True. Mm-hmm. Nathaniel, thank you for the $5 super chat, says 3 comings actually. You're forgetting when Jesus came and made out with a Grand Inquisitor. Wait, is that...
Hold on.
Is that a joke I'm
Is
supposed
this
to
in
know?
like the R-rated Bible or...
Yeah, I don't know about this event actually. I feel like this is a reference to some sort of pop culture movie or song or something, but I don't catch it. I'm sorry. That's on me.
I don't catch it either.
Might you find it interesting? Thank you for the super chat. It says that last caller was exhausting. Indeed it was. It was really like pulling teeth.
I mean, like, considering it, like, imagine my position. I gave up after 20 minutes with the guy, and I'm also like now like an hour and a half past when I would normally have caffeine, and he's headache inducing to begin with. Like,
Yeah, really is the case. It was a tough one. But we kept him up for a long time. Ammon Raw, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Big W says, wow, that was better than watching a circus on a Saturday afternoon. Well worth $20. Hell yeah. I'm glad we can do a circus with your friend, and we didn't injure any animals in the making.
True.
So there's that.
Ethical circuses.
Yeah, that's why I don't think I'll ever go to a circus, given that I know what they do to the animals.
Yeah, and it's like not 1930 anymore, so you don't really have a good reason to.
Right. You just don't.
I know that that's what your childhood was like, but you know.
Yeah, back when I was a child, it was still mandatory to wear straw hats indoors, or take your straw hats off indoors. Oh boy. Nicholas, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I'm an evangelical. Dyer is Orthodox, which is a Russian state cult. I mean, kind of. We believe that if you ask God directly and honestly, he will show you his mind and reality, but only if honestly asked. Yeah, well, that's the caveat that Protestants have to add in there, right? Because when you do ask God for something simple, like, hey, can you show me that you actually exist? And it doesn't happen, then you can say, well, you weren't honestly seeking. Like, it's just a carve out for when God fails,
or like
which he
all
always
of the
does.
people who are like on their deathbed begging for salvation, and they don't get it. Like,
pretty crazy, actually. Magic Rectangle says Destiny got a weird case. Why is he around? I mean, I don't know much about his case. I did hear that he got sued. I knew that much. He got sued for
there's a whole bunch of drama there. But I actually don't
sending
like
explicit content, right?
It's complicated.
Okay.
I guess he sent. You know what? I'll tell you later.
Okay.
It's long and not worth going over.
Get it? Yep. Fight Night. Hey, thanks for the $10 super chat. It says there's a guy that debates on TikTok for the Elliot's argument. If you know what I'm talking about, what is your opinion on it? I actually don't remember the Elliot argument. I heard it once and I thought it was the dumbest thing ever, and then I promptly forgot it. What do you think, Blitz?
The Elliot argument is a worldview that leads you to a dichotomy with two false options is necessarily false. And then he says, under the atheist worldview, either something came from nothing or the universe has always existed, both of which are necessarily false. Therefore, the atheist worldview is false. That's the Elliot argument. It's very, very dumb because the atheist worldview doesn't say anything. It doesn't give you that that dichotomy. Neither of those options are necessarily false. Like, the only correct thing is that it is true that if you have a worldview that leads you to necessarily accept one prong in a dichotomy where both prongs are incorrect, then your worldview must be false. That's true, but that's the only thing that the Elliot argument gets right. The funny thing about the Elliot argument guy is that he has a CTE.
Oh shit.
I mean, almost certainly he was a football player.
That checks out.
And then he retired, and now he does debates on the internet with brain dead arguments. And the only conclusion I can draw is that he may actually be, you know, neurologically damaged.
That makes sense. Actually, yeah. And also, it reminds me of Aquinas's 5 ways. Like it just really relies on this idea that an infinite regress is somehow illogical or impossible, and I've never heard a good argument for that. Anthony, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, Doug, I'm coming to the gym. I'm coming backstage. I'm coming in front of thousands of people. I'm coming day and night. I don't know if that's a song reference, but I don't get
it either.
I don't know who Doug is either. Doug's behind me on the shelf. A lot of people think my name is Doug, and surprisingly, it's not. I understand why you might think so, though. And Nathaniel, last super chat says, Dostoevsky joke for Ian with the Inquisitor. So actually, I forget that point. Actually, I like Dostoevsky, but I don't recall that particular section of his work, so I'll have to look it up. But hey, friends, thanks so much for being here. It was an interesting day. We ended with a weird one too, but we really appreciate everyone liking and sharing and supporting and super chatting. And thank you so much for everyone who's a member. The memberships really help us out quite a bit. It's huge for the channel. So thank you so much for all the members. Really appreciate you. And we'll see you again next week. Same time, same place.
Sounds good.